Right, so welcome everybody. Hello, this is our 2025 Mary Magdalene Studies Association conference, and we gather in different parts of, Europe, around the world, to honor Mary Magdalene. It's her feast day today, and she is officially a saint of the church. She's been an unofficial saint for many centuries, going right back to the earliest times of Christianity, and so this is just by way of introduction. I founded this organization back in 2017, soon after I moved to France. And in a minute, I'm going to give a kind of potted history of what we've been up to since then. I think it might be of interest to people. This is just an introduction for ourselves. So my name is Dr. Thomas Daffern. I'm a philosopher and historian. I taught at the University of London. I'm an intellectual historian. I specialize in East European Slavonic studies. My home college was what's called SEAS, School of Slavonic and East European Studies. I founded a philosophy group. I went to Moscow and was elected coordinator of Philosophers of Peace. I did a Ph.D. in the history of the search for peace from 1945 to 2001. I was actually in the Welsh Marches on the Long Mynd when the news of 9/11 happened. We came down to the hotel, the old Tudor hotel that sits in a fold in the Long Mynd near Church Stretton, and saw on the news 9/11 happening. And although I was utterly appalled and it was shocking and, in grief, it gave a very good cutoff to my thesis, because I said, okay, I'm going to look at this subject from 1945 to 2001. And it gave a sort of an ending, because I'd been researching, traveling around the world to 30 countries, talking to all kinds of academics about how you study peace. I ended up teaching at the University of Oxford, doing religious studies and peace studies. That became the focus of my PhD. I got very interested in all these religious wars. With the end of the Cold War, fine, but then all these religious wars were breaking out, particularly in the Middle East, but also in Ireland and you name it, everywhere you looked. So I focused on that for the thesis and did an awful lot of research. I served as Secretary General of what was called the World Conference on Religion and Peace, which took me to Rome. I was in the Vatican, in the Cardinals' meeting place. It was quite fun, with Pope John Paul II chairing this meeting with us all. And it gave me the idea of creating a mediation service dealing with interfaith disputes, which is still the only one pretty much in the world. So all that, that's a bit of my background. And I moved to France in 2017, and I met some people that were interested in the Mary Magdalene stories and how we got to be here in France, interested in that. And that's when this thing came into being. So anyway, when it's my turn to speak, I'm going to go into more detail, but let's introduce ourselves first. So Stephen, why don't you go next, sir? Welcome.
Yeah, my name's Stephen Laurie. I've been interested in Mary Magdalene and religion for quite a while. I've written several books on the subject of religion. The one we're going to discuss today is the most recent, the Gospel of Domitilla. I guess, going back a long way, I was at Oxford studying mathematics, and I then become an insurance actuary. So I've spent most of my life doing totally different things in business rather than anything like this. But I gave up that about 10 years ago, and I've been sort of concentrating full time on sort of researching various religious aspects. My interest is the origins of Christianity, very much in that.
Yeah.
So I've got no qualifications whatsoever. They're anyway related to the material, but that has never set me back. So I just continue doing what I do.
Well, you have a degree in maths from Oxford. That's not bad.
I have a degree in maths, yeah.
Yeah. And you don't know this, but I'll let you know. I've written the first ever book on the history of religious mathematics. One of my 3-volume works was trying to found a new subject called religious mathematics.
Yes.
Which doesn't exist yet. But I've created
Very
it.
interesting.
It's think of a Venn diagram. The two circles, one is called mathematical sciences, one is called religious studies. Where they overlap, there is quite a significant in-between place, like how many gods there are, how many followers, you know, what, and also the kind of theological aspect of number and what is number and all that. So
Right.
anyway.
Because I mean, the ancients with mathematics, they actually saw it in religious terms. It's very hard for us because we don't see it
Yeah,
in those terms, but they saw it very much as religious
absolutely. I mean,
subject.
the Egyptians loved geometry. It enabled them to measure things, and the Greeks were in love with numbers. The whole Neoplatonic tradition was mathematically based. I mean, Plato's work is partly mathematical.
Right.
So I went into all that in these 3 volumes. I'll send you one as a PDF out of interest. I think
Right.
you'll like it.
And
So,
you might be interested in one of my books called The Thomas Code, which actually looks at mathematics of Christianity.
yes, that's
Wow.
one I haven't read yet, but it's about the Gospel of Thomas, isn't it? I think
About the Gospel of Thomas, but it's not actually all in that book because I've found other links between other mathematical aspects of Christianity that ties back to what I've
yes,
called the Thomas Code, which is about the Gospel of Thomas. So my idea is that the Thomas is earlier than all the other Gospels.
yeah,
And
yeah. I think you're right. Actually, I mean, I've done a commentary on the Gospel of Thomas myself, and that's very interesting. And for those that don't know, I'm sure Stephen does. When in the Gospels in the Greek it talks about disciples, the word it uses mathesis, which means the mathematicians, because maths meant simply study or learning.
right.
To be a mathetes meant you were a learned person. So Jesus is always talking to his mathetes, meaning the learned ones, the disciples. And, you know, that's where the word mathematics comes from. It doesn't mean maths at all. It means learning, study. And I point that out in my commentary on Gospels. It's become to mean someone that does numbers only, but no, they do all knowledge, a true mathematician, like Newton did. Anyway, it's great to have you here, Stephen. I'm looking forward to your talk. It's going to be brilliant. Wenke, why don't you introduce yourself, madam?
Yes, hello. I'm Wenke Bratton. I grew up in Norway, hence my Norwegian accent, but I live in Chicago. So I'm the sort of the American side of the story today, of the presentations today. Let's see. I don't have that much credentials either when it comes to the theme that I'm actually going to discuss. I have a degree in art, so in historical art. So that brought me to the Mary Magdalene pictures and how many symbols and how many sort of hidden secrets you can still present in a painting. And that brought me into the studies of them, the secret societies and the Cathars and the very visible hidden knowledge that is still there, even though the church might have ordered a painting of a nativity scene, but there's all sorts of things hidden around there that you can interpret. So Mary Magdalene fascinated me because it seemed, even when I was very young, that there are some chapters missing in the Bible about her because she's so fascinating and she shows up. She's named by name, for one thing, so she's honored several times in the Bible. And she shows up whenever there's a ritual happening. All the things she did around Jesus with the oil on his head, the oil of his feet. She was present at the crucifixion. She was present afterwards. She's around him in all these very important moments. So how come she's the one who had the knowledge of what to do in those situations? So that fascinated me more than anything. So I started on this long before there became all these academic books, like that all started with Holy Blood, Holy Grail I think it came out in 87 or something like that. But long before that, I wanted to know more. And of course, there was nothing at the time that you can actually find books to expand on this. But then I decided to just go more into studying just myself as being a female human being. And, I got married, I gave birth to 4 children. I went into this whole thing of the specialness of being a female being a human being, and how women are forced to relate to their bodies at a much stronger sense. That you have the monthly cycles, you have the pregnancy, you have all this stuff, that the nursing of a child, all this stuff that is so physical that women have to relate with, and relate with their body, not with their brain. I mean, you use a brain to figure out what needs to be done next, but all the relationships that you build in this time period all have to do with a very sort of physical interaction with people. And that brought me to a different relationship to my own body, and how a different attitude, a different way of thinking will shift something in your physicality. I also went to meditation school. I went to Maharishi International University in Iowa for a while, and I learned to meditate, and this has been with me for most of my life. So I had a technique to get more into my body. And through that, I could study Mary Magdalene more, because then I could relate in a different way. Enlightenment is a physical experience. It's a very physical process, and I need to learn that. So I'll be talking more about that.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fascinating. I look forward to hearing more, because it's been a long journey for all of us, I'm sure, to
Yes.
get here. I'm a great fan of Norway, and we'll have more listening in a minute. So, Alice, do you want to introduce yourself next?
Okay, I'm Alice Bouillet. Fairly recently, I won the in a court case. I won the right to be an EU citizen again, without my country being mentioned. So I'm pretty cock-a-hoop about that. But I've lived here in France since '83, and I've particularly been to the tomb of Mary Magdalene in Saint-Maximin in the south of France, which was an overwhelmingly spiritual occurrence. I was amazed by it. And all this sort of all the folklore about her and her servant Sarah, and the coming up in a boat on the Mediterranean at Saint-Marie de la Mer, and that sort of and also the idea of her having had the children James and Tamar, if I believe that's what they were, and went all the big mixed in bits with Glastonbury and the southwest of England, which of course is where a lot of my family comes from, and have a lot of links with that sort of feeling, and also having been to Grayas and the place all over France, looking at different sites, and the idea of Poussin and his in Arcadia Ego and all the rest of it. So I'm pretty interested in all of this.
Okay, you've been on the trail for a while.
I've been on the trail for a while, and I took a Cert HE with Oxford's Continuing Education Department a couple of years ago, and got that, and was in archaeology. So I've been fascinated by the whole thing.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's where I used to teach at Oxford. I taught for the Continuing Education Department. So
yeah, it's a really good thing. I
loved it.
Stephen Laws.
Yes, brilliant.
Right.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Right, and we've been joined by Nina. Greetings. I hope you can hear us okay. And we're just doing a sort of very brief round of introductions. So we'll go to Philippe next.
Hi.
So do introduce yourself, sir, and then we'll go to Nina. Yeah, hello.
Okay. Hi, I'm Philip. I'm 50. I'm a psychiatric nurse, and I work in home health care. So right now I'm in the car because I'm working. So I hope the conference is recorded. I'm a Knight Templar for like 10 years. I have my own modern commentary. It's called Templar Combat Systems, where I teach young children knightly values and Sufi chivalry. I'm interested in everything that has to do with the feminine divine, with Sophia, with yeah, stuff like that. So I'm really looking forward to this meeting.
Right. Greetings. Yes. Yes, my daughter Sophia, who just died tragically, was taken from us. Her grandfather was a Knights Templar in an old lineage, you know, going right back. I met him. I've also been interested in the history, although I have to make one little grumble. I've just been reading a biography of Emperor Frederick II, one of the cleverest and best emperors, who was also king of Sicily. And he went to Jerusalem and he did a peace deal with the Muslims and got access without having to even fight a crusade. But he was under a papal ban. They'd excommunicated him. This is in the 1200s. And as according to my source, as he was leaving Jerusalem to go back to the coast, to go back to Sicily, the Templars tried to attack him. They actually ambushed him and they wanted to kill him or capture him. I thought, oh dear, that's not on, you know. But hey, politics, right? So yeah. I don't know if you can find out more about that, Philippe. Who ordered that attack on Frederick and why? And maybe we should get an apology or something going. He was the best of the emperors, to be honest. He really was the cleverest. And he spoke about 10 languages, including Arabic, Latin, Hebrew, you know, the whole works, French, Italian. So anyway, okay, Nina, we come to you, madam. Greetings. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. Yes, yes. Do tell us who you are and your life story, potted version.
I don't know how much of a life story. Nina Livesey. I live in Norman, Oklahoma, which is right in the middle of the United States. I'm retired, recently retired prof at the University of Oklahoma. Religious studies, the larger field of religious studies, and specialization in what's called New Testament studies, and particularly the Apostle Paul. I've got 2 earlier books. My dissertation was on the rite of circumcision, and this all actually was because of Paul, and what Paul ends up saying about circumcision prompted my interest in that topic. So that was, the dissertation was published earlier, I think 2011, 2012, something like that. Then I have another book that works on, again, Paul and Galatians. I got into rhetoric, which I'm still very interested in, rhetorical perspective, which is already distancing me somewhat from a historical or face value reading of the texts. And then this third book, which is probably the reason I caught your attention, where I am disputing that the Apostle Paul wrote any of the letters. So, and that really is an offshoot also of the rhetorical perspective, where once you start to look at the content of the letters more critically, it leads you one step at a time to then wonder who the heck is writing this. And that is how I eventually landed on looking at another way of understanding the letters. But I'm getting ahead of myself, and I'll talk about that.
Well, that's going to be, you're going to be speaking about that in detail. We're looking forward to it. It's an important.
So I've lived here for many years. Have a spouse who professor before I was, and he was actually recruited to come to the University of Oklahoma. And that's how we ended up here from Los Angeles. We were both living in Los Angeles prior to that time, but we've been here for so long, it very much feels like home, for better or worse. We're not wild about it in many ways.
Ah,
Be nice
well,
to
it's great.
have to be in France. I don't know.
Ah, well, it's lovely you could join us, and thank God for modern technology. You can beam in from Oklahoma. I have a
Right.
special fondness for Oklahoma. I've been there a couple of times. A friend of mine ran a thing called the Sancta Sophia Seminary at
Oh.
Tahlequah. And I went to Tahlequah twice, invited to go and give talks. And I fell in love with Oklahoma. And I spent some time in the University of Oklahoma India Studies. They've got a very good Indian studies program. And the woman running this seminary was a Catholic Cherokee interested in esotericism and Alice Bailey. So she was quite an amazing woman called Reverend Dr. Carol Parrish. And it's not there anymore. It's been, you know, she was already aged when I met her. I think she's still alive, but the program is no longer there. But it led me to Oklahoma and to fall in love with it.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. So I'm delighted you can join us. That's brilliant.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, let's move on. I'm going to do my first little contribution, little talk. And I thought it's in two parts. The first part is a run through about the history of the Mary Magdalene Studies Association, because it's been going since 2017. I wanted to give people an overview of what we've been up to. And then the second part is going to be sort of, I don't know, more interesting, or depending on how you see it. I'm going to share something from my own autobiography, which took place in Oklahoma. And I'll explain what in a minute, you know, when I get to it. It's quite interesting. And we'll come to that in the second part of my talk, okay? So first part is just a run through. So yes, the thing was formed in 2017, and it was because I realized there is no academic study of Mary Magdalene going on. All the other saints and apostles, they all have like learned societies, they have journals, they have lots of professors writing and studying Paul. I mean, he's a superstar. I mean, we have Pauline's scholarship in every university in Christendom, you know, but nothing on Mary Magdalene. I thought, this isn't fair. She was important too. She first saw the resurrection, etc., etc. She might have even been, you know, very close disciple, friend, possible consort of Jesus. You know, shouldn't we have someone looking into all this? So then I thought, okay, so I'm a great believer in Hillel. He said, you know, if not now, when? If not you, who? You know, so I set it up. And the first conference we had on this day in 2017, people came here to France from far and wide. We had a speaker called Susan Laybourne, who was doing a PhD in all this stuff. She was doing it on esoteric interpretation of the Chaldean oracles, which is a kind of Neoplatonic esoteric text. We had a talk from Sashiva Amaprema Grace, who is an amazing lady living in the West Country. She flew all the way from Britain. And we had a talk from Amanda Radcliffe, who was a Gnostic bishop in the French sort of Cathar Gnostic lineage, going back to the 19th century. A guy called Douanel refounded this Gnostic church. And so she knew that whole thing by heart. And it was a fascinating event. And then we went to Vézelay the day after by car on pilgrimage, which is a great abbey not far from here, dedicated to Mary Magdalene. And I'd not been to Vézelay before, and it was just amazing. Lots to learn and, you know, explore. They have an arm which they claim is Mary Magdalene's, but of course that's to do with the politics of relics, because other people say no, it's not genuine. Ours is the real one down in Saint Maximian, and etc. But anyway, Vézelay is definitely worth a visit if you're ever in this part of France. And my youngest daughter, Shanti Grace, just came to Vézelay and came to visit me the other day. Then in 2018, the following year, we had another conference here. We had Joan Clark, who is an American, and she's downloaded, her thesis was that Mary Magdalene was the aromatherapist of the Sangha. She was the perfumier who knew all about healing oils. And she would give everyone a nice foot massage after a long, hard day's walking. And also, if you needed exorcism, if they had a particularly difficult, crazy person throwing themselves around on the bed, she would give them an amazing aromatherapy session using the right scents and oils, which would calm them down and heal them. This was Jane's thesis. And it's, there is some evidence this might have actually been true. And she has developed a whole range of specialist oils, which she downloaded the contents of, including all kinds of secret potions. And it's given to her through her guides that, these were the oils Mary Magdalene was using. So anyway, it was fascinating to meet her. And she also produced a day book with readings for each day of the year, channel from Mary Magdalene, which she sent me later. We had a talk from Jeff Merrifield, Dr. Jeff Merrifield of Shetland Islands. Can you believe it? He flew all the way from the north of Scotland. And he has written books about the Cathars. He's a Cathar specialist. He's traveled around all the Cathar castles. He knew about the Templars and the Cathar connection. He was an amazing chap. And he was talking about, the Cathar view on Mary Magdalene and to some extent the Templars. Sadly, he's no longer with us, but he is a great man who I recorded him. So we've got the talks he gave. And then we had Reverend Dr. Bruce Chilton speak, who's a theologian at Bard College in New York State, who's written a biography of Mary Magdalene. And he's an Anglican priest, although he kind of downplays that a bit. He's an expert in Aramaic, so he co-edits the International Journal of Aramaic Studies. He gave a very good talk, and I went to pick him up at the station, and we had long chats. And a fascinating man, and very learned, I would say. So that was good. And then the following day, instead of going to Vézelay, I thought, no, we've done that. Let's go somewhere exciting. We all drove down to Rennes-les-Bains in the Pyrenees. We took a couple of cars down to do the second part of the conference, actually in the Pyrenees Mountains. And we stayed in a beautiful, like a little hotel a friend of mine runs, and with a huge garden. And there was a meeting room there. And people gave part 2 of their talks. So we heard from Joan Clark again, the second part, Jeff Merrifield. And the other speaker that had joined us was Reverend Dr. Siobhan Houston, who was an expert in the history of esoteric kind of Cathar neo-Gnostic traditions, mostly in France, but to some extent in other parts of the world. In the 19th century and early 20th century, she did a thesis on all this at the University of Exeter, which ran a Centre for Esoteric Studies under a chap called Nicholas Goodrick Clark, who was a friend of mine. He was a brilliant scholar of esotericism. And this was before it became a thing. It wasn't that famous 20 years ago, but Nicholas and I met at a conference at the Theosophical Society History Group, which I gave talks about, and he gave a paper. And he's dead, and unfortunately Exeter shut it down. I can't believe this like bestiality of the accountants that run academia. If you're not making millions and attracting loads of students from overseas, they close you down. So that's how the Mary Magdalene Studies Society survives, because we're not attached to an official accountant-run university, thank God. So they can't close us down. But anyway, Siobhan was very knowledgeable, wise lady, and she spoke there. The next year, 2019, we had a kind of hiatus. It was coming up to lockdown, and we had a sort of event instead locally, where some actors came and ran an educational event in the local monastery here, Abbé Pré-Benoît. It was a famous monastery for 500, 600 years, and it's still going. We have one monk there now, a Cistercian. And I dressed up as Abelard. It was a medieval sort of day, and I dressed up as Abelard in a cloak and gave oracle readings to local visitors. So that was that, but it was fun. And the following year, 2020, Again, we were mostly online because it was Corona time, craziness. We had some great talks. We had Mary Magdalene spoke, who has, she's American, but lived a lot in Turkey and Morocco. She's a sort of world traveler speaking. We had Deborah Lawrence, who was a filmmaker, talking about making a documentary on Mary Magdalene. Lena Jones, who is doing well, she did a master's at the Jungian Center in California, the Pacifica Graduate Institute, which has got huge collection of Jungian studies, and it's got a high standard of scholarship. So she was looking at Mary Magdalene as a sort of archetypal figure in a Jungian sense. And we had Susie Harrison, who lives in the Pyrenees under Mount Bugarach, which is a holy mountain down there, talking about life in the Pyrenees with all these people that are interested in these esoteric things. And it attracts people to go and live there and buy property. And, it's quite a hub. And we also had a talk by Dr. Anina van der Meer from the Netherlands, who's written some pretty scholarly stuff on esotericism, Mary Magdalene, esoteric Christianity. Her doctoral supervisor was a chap called Giles Quispel, who I'd known about for years. I'd never met him. He was a Dutch professor at Groningen University, I believe, and he specialized in Gnosticism. He did a thesis on the Valentinus corpus, and he produced some incredible studies, academic studies on all this. Anina was one of his doctoral students. And when I went to the Vatican Library, when I got my ticket and spent some days inside the Vatican Library, I discovered there's a secret room out the back, which you can go in if you have a ticket. And they have the entire Leyden Brill corpus of Hermetic and esoteric and Manichaean and Gnostic writings. It's like 70 volumes now. I'd never seen them all in one place before. They're all about £200 to buy the volumes. And one of them was an homage to Giles Quispel. And I read in there that he'd just died. I didn't even know that before. Here I am in the Vatican Library reading that he's died. And I thought, what a beautiful death, because he was in the Coptic library in Cairo all day as a scholar, studying his Coptic scriptures, because a lot of the Gnostic corpus is in Coptic. And then on the way home, after a lovely day in the library, he had a heart attack and just died there and then. And he was like 80 something. So, that's quite a good death, I think. And he left behind some amazing stuff. And he left us this amazing woman, Anina van der Meer, who gave a brilliant talk to us. We had an Italian woman, Rosalba Natero, speak. She's a Druid from North Italy and interested in, the esoteric Celtic traditions. A chap called David Lorimer, who is an amazing, he runs the medical and scientific network, and they founded the Galileo Commission. He used to teach at Winchester College, David. He's Scottish originally, but he lives in the Pyrenees. And he gave us a brilliant talk. This is 2021, by the way, I've gone into. Lee Strasberger, an artist who lives in Walden, of all places, where Walden Pond is, right? Like, I couldn't believe it. She lives down the road from Foro's old cottage. And yeah, so that was brilliant. That was 2021. These are all recorded, by the way, and you can find them on our channel. And then in 2022, we had another one. We had this is Wenke. You came to this one, spoke, who's with us today. Thank you very much. And we also had Dr. Joanna Kujawa, who spoke about the other goddess, Mary Magdalene, and the eros of secret knowledge. She was a fascinating speaker. Dr. Anne Baring, many of you will have heard of, who's a sort of goddess aficionada. Laurie Ann Lumby, who is very interested in esoteric societies and, how we can improve the quality within them, should we say. We had a beautiful younger scholar called Sophie Strand, who's written a superb novel reconstructing Mary Magdalene and Jesus's life and relationship through an ecological lens. Sophie's thing is she writes about nature. So she reconstructs the landscape of Galilee, what it was like to be there, walking around, you know, as if she was there. Reading her prose, you feel you're actually walking with them in the heat, among the plants, and she gets the smells of everything. Sophie's an amazing writer. We had a talk from Krishna Rose, who lives in Glastonbury and is one of the Glastonbury scene that are convinced Jesus went to India. And so she brought in the whole Indian dimension of all this. We had, confusingly, we had another Rose, Dr. Megan Rose, who spoke about sacred sexuality. And Gretchen Cornwall, who is an expert on the Templars and has been burrowing away in the North Atlantic coasts of North America, finding Templar hidey holes and ancient crosses and God knows what. Philip probably knows more about that. And she spoke about the Templars and Mary Magdalene. It's fascinating. And then Jolie Booth came and spoke, who lives on Sark. And she is I guess you'd call her a magician, Wiccan, goddess worshipper. And she spoke about Mary Magdalene from that perspective. It was fascinating. Okay, the next year, 2023, was slightly different. We had a team turn up from who brought an opera of Mary Magdalene in song, written some years ago, and it was performed, and we filmed it and broadcast it. It's an amazing piece of music, and I have a piano here, so this incredible musician came and did the music, and they kind of spoke the songs over them, and it was the whole story of Mary Magdalene in music. Their vision is to get it on stage, you know, with New York or Strasbourg or somewhere with a great stage and performed. But anyway, they did it here in the room called Apollo. We also had a talk from David Audlin, who's done a lot of detailed research, sort of revisionizing what happened when the gospel story stops, what happened next. And he's done an awful lot of research on, you know, for instance, was Jesus's father really a Roman soldier called Panthera? And if so, why? Is that possible? How would we know? Did Mary Magdalene actually go to Gaul? And if so, how? And what sources could we use? So he gave a brilliant, very detailed talk about all that. And he's published about this. We had an amazing speaker called John Constable, who's an actor and a theatre guy in London, in Southwark, who channels a persona called John Crow, and he writes this incredible theatrical prose based around Southwark in the medieval era. And Southwark, for those that you don't know, it's where Shakespeare's Globe Theatre was. It was where actors hung out, but it was also where the prostitutes of London were based. And it was under the Diocese of Winchester. So they couldn't, and they had sacred protection from the church. To be a prostitute, it wasn't sort of illegal, but you did have to register and give some taxes to the bishop. And they were called the geese of Southwark. And this chap, John Constable, claimed, you know, you'll have to talk to him as to the veracity of it all, to be contacted by the spirit of one of these prostitutes from medieval London who wanted to tell her story through him. And so he'd written a play which has been performed in Southwark Cathedral, telling the story of these sacred women, these sacred prostitutes, who were not evil, wicked. They were doing a service. They were amazing. And Mary Magdalene was their patron saint. They looked on her as their protector, you know, in those medieval times. So anyway, he spoke about all this. It was fascinating stuff, I have to say. And Sophie Strand gave another talk about her, you know, her novel, which she'd written by then. And then last year, coming to the end, we had another brilliant series of talks. We had a young academic from Columbia University, Lydia Piccoli, talking about sort of Jung and Tantra and the Gnostic side of the Mary Magdalene tradition. We had an art historian from Florence called Leah Berchianti speaking. Miriam Gaith, who's a Lebanese from France, but lives in Edinburgh, and she's very interested in theology. She's gave a talk, and Wenke, I think, spoke as well. That was fascinating again. And I gave a talk about the Holy Trinity, arguing that maybe it's time to revisit the Trinity, and maybe we should. I proposed a rather heretical thesis. The whole argument between Eastern and Western churches is: does the Son process from the Father? No, sorry. Does the Holy Spirit process from the Father alone, or does it process between the Father and the Son, which is the Catholic position? The Orthodox say it processes from the Father. I proposed, how about we end this conversation by saying, actually, both the Father and the Son process from the Holy Spirit, who is, after all, the goddess, which to me makes more sense. Men and boys, we come from a woman, don't we? We process literally from the feminine. So wouldn't that make more logical sense if we're going to argue the procession of the Holy Spirit? No wonder they can't decide if it comes from the Father or the Son or both, because actually they come from it. Anyway, that was it was an interesting theological claim I made. Just put it out there. And I haven't been arrested and burnt yet, so there may be something right with it. Okay, so that's the background. I wanted to share that because it's quite a rich, it's been a rich, ride. And for the second part of this talk, I would just want to dive into this. The second part is something that happened to me in Oklahoma, and I haven't shared this before in public. I thought now is a good time, if not now, when? And also, given my daughter died, I thought, maybe it's time to share these mysteries, right? Because I loved her to bits and she would be here, but she's gone and died. Life and death are very interconnected. We don't know who in this group will be alive next year. I mean, I hope we all will, but you never know, do you? So if this is my last chance to share, I'm going to share this. So this is taken from my autobiography, volume 4. And it's an event that happened in 1999. And you'll see why I'm sharing it when I get into it. I was invited, as I said, to speak at this seminary in Oklahoma about esotericism and conflict resolution and mediation, and how can we stop the wars going on? What can we do as scholars and people interested in spirituality and religion? And I was invited a bit beforehand, so I flew and got to Tahlequah, a week or so before the event. And I did that because the previous lecturer on the campus was an expert in past life regression. And he'd been teaching the students, who were all mostly vicars and seminarians and things, how to do it. And they wanted guinea pigs to volunteer, to be tested and, to practice on. And my friend who invited me said, Thomas, we want you to be done, I'd never had an official past life regression before this. I haven't had one since, but it was absolutely fascinating. And what came up was very relevant to the topic of Mary Magdalene studies, as you'll see. So I'll just read from the chapter. So the following day, June the 1st, I was destined to have an experience which would perhaps alter fundamentally how I saw the world and my own role and destiny in it. I was nominated to have a session with a minister called Reverend Catherine Klimstock, who I'd not met before. And the particular technique was being used was called psychography, which is a word meaning the geography of the psyche. The session took place in the afternoon, scheduled for the library in Sparrowhawk Village, which was the name of it, which is a fantastic library. I spent a lot of time in, lots of light. It had the complete works of Alice Bailey, all of Blavatsky's works, Torquem Saradarian, an American Armenian. And classic philosophical texts and all kinds of theological Christian stuff. And the seminary was dedicated to the study of all that. So I'm going to skip bits because I want to get to the key thing. So, you know, I volunteered because I thought it would help. They needed people to be done. And I thought it'd be interesting to see what came up. You know, I've had speculation about past lives, but I didn't know in detail. So I thought, okay, we'll do it. Detailed notes were taken of the experience, written down by Catherine. And what follows is a summary of them. Firstly, she generated in me a sense of profound peacefulness and stillness by asking me to lie down at full stretch on the table, one of the tables in the library that was turned into a meditation table with cushions and a mattress, a futon actually. And it was a hot June summer day outside, temperature was balmy. And she took me through this whole physical stilling regime in which each part of your body in turn is asked to be at rest, at peace. You start with the legs, the toes, the feet, the calves, the knees, the thighs, the pelvis area, the genitals, the stomach, the whole, she works through the whole body, right up to the head, the tongue, the lips. And so by the time that's done, that takes about 10 minutes. You feel totally blissed out and calm and at peace. And then I was told to imagine myself lying on a cloud high above the earth. And I could feel deeply at peace, relaxing like in a dream. It was pleasant to lie there for what seemed like ages. I had no worries. I was free and unbounded, almost formless. And then next I was instructed to start floating back down to planet Earth, to gently, ever so gently, feel myself falling back down to my beloved home planet. Down and down and down she took me until finally she said, now you land, and it's a soft landing. Look down at your feet. What do you see? What are you wearing? Expecting to see shoes. In fact, I looked down, I could see my feet were bare. My feet are bare, I told her, whispering. So I'm able to talk. I'm in a light trance. I'm not in a deep hypnotherapeutic trance, which is sort of what I thought might happen. No, I'm in a light middle kind of trance. So I can see the imagery in my mind in this calm stillness place, but then I can talk about it. I whispered just enough for her to hear. And it was as if I could see like 2 time zones. I'm in the library, but I'm also in this other place. What was I doing, she asked. I was praying. I'd gone to the river to observe the dawn prayers. Which river was it? It was the River Nile. Who was I? I was a priest attached to a nearby temple. What did I do there? I was a teacher in charge of the temple's advanced teaching center. These facts emerged gradually as she took me through my memories, probing and asking gently for details. She would often stop and say, okay, now go forward in time. What is happening now? Rather than repeat every exchange as they happened, let me summarize. It transpired that I was the spiritual teacher based at this particular temple, which had a school attached to it, a kind of advanced spiritual university. We had students who would come and study with us from all over Egypt, and indeed from overseas as well. We had students with us who came from the Indian world, from Greece, from all over the Mediterranean, even some from as far afield as Britain and Gaul, Druids, in fact. What era is it? What epoch? She asked. Well, it was late in the history of Egypt. It was in Hellenistic times, I said. There were even a few Romans about. In our school, we used Egyptian, Demotic, Greek, many languages, Latin. We studied them all, and we had experts on them all. We used the library at Alexandria, which was not too far away by boat. We used to borrow scrolls from there whenever we needed them. In fact, we had a close reciprocal arrangement with the museum there. And many of their advanced students also came to us for spiritual retreats and initiations. She then took me forward a few years. The work continued. Many students came and went. I was in charge of particularly advanced esoteric teachings, which were given to candidates in their final graduation periods. To study with us took years. She asked me to go further in time, and then an issue came up. One of my students, a very advanced soul, had been very precocious and had worked his way through the advanced initiation grades in rapid succession. Now he was due to complete his training. He was expected to complete them all in 1 more year only. He came to me, however, and asked to be excused early. He wanted to go home and check on how things were going in his homeland, which was in the eastern Mediterranean regions. He would go there for a few months, he said, and if everything was all right, he would return as soon as he could to complete the final training. I was not convinced this course of action was the wisest. He still had what was arguably the most important of all the initiations to undergo, and its accompanying teachings, which concern the mysteries of the goddess herself. Without that, a lot of what he'd so far received might only have the effect of puffing up his knowledge in pride. Once he'd received the goddess teachings, however, he would be grounded in indestructible humility and wisdom both, and he would achieve an adamantine state of being. He promised, however, to return and insisted he had to go and visit his homelands again. And so reluctantly, I let him go. What happened next? Said Catherine. Well, I didn't hear anything for ages. Months passed by, all was silent. A year, 2 years, 3 years. Then another student who also lived in the same region of the Eastern Mediterranean stated that he had passed close by and heard something of my student's work, that he had now set himself up as a teacher in his own right and was conducting initiations of his own. I was puzzled. He lacked not so much the necessary authority to do that as the necessary knowledge of the final stages of the work. He would be preparing candidates for something which could not be fully consummated, fully completed. He was going off, so to speak, at half cock. I was concerned. Why wouldn't he come back and finish? Why not complete the training before starting out on his own? It was a mystery to me and a puzzle, but it was one I could do little about. She progressed me forward in time again. What was happening now? Well, I'd heard other news from him. His teaching had begun to get the attention of the authorities, and he'd been arrested. He'd been tried on various trumped-up excuses and had been executed as if a common criminal, rather than a highly gifted and talented spiritual teacher and mystic. What did I think when I heard the news? Well, I was upset, obviously, but I wasn't altogether surprised. Part of the problem of sharing information and divulging too many mysteries too quickly is that it does not allow time for the right people to sift themselves out into your presence. You need time to be able to ascertain the real weight of the group you'll be working with. And this obviously hadn't happened. He gathered a group around him very swiftly, too swiftly, without really feeling their credentials and testing it, without estimating their own spiritual strengths. The whole mission had been fraught with danger, therefore. Another problem is that without the final goddess initiations, one can become inflated. One can think of oneself as some kind of great personal, great infallible teacher, without realizing that, in fact, one is simply another child of the eternal goddess, the eternal mother, and that all we humans are, in fact, equal on that level. That we're all equal children of the one eternal divine source, the goddess herself. This vision of the highest possible basis for equality, that, in fact, is our divinity. That is how we're equal, not in only our humanity. But this was part of the vision of the highest initiation that he'd skipped, unfortunately. And without that, one can sometimes tend to talk down to people. And if one does that, it's bound to get their goat, as we say in English. And they become angry and offended. Better in such a situation to say nothing. Not for nothing had Pythagoras, who'd also visited our teaching schools in Egypt many years previously, said to his own disciples, they had to maintain a year-long silence when they joined the studies to prove they're capable of silence about the mysteries. What happened next, she said? Well, I began to get other news. It trickled through from contacts, traders, students, philosophers. There were claimed to have been sightings of my former student after his death. Some claimed he'd been seen alive again. I tried to confirm this, to find an explanation. Some of his followers claimed he'd indeed performed the resurrection mystery, that he had literally risen from the dead and come back into human life again. I suspended judgment. In my own teachings, I knew that this was not altogether impossible. It was part of a series of mysteries that we taught in our schools. We certainly knew that the soul lived on after death. But to take a human body again, to take the same human body again, was something so rare that we only had the barest possible teachings concerning this. Was it possible, I wondered, that he had, on his own initiative, managed to achieve a self-initiated mastery of these very highest mysteries? And that he'd been able, so equipped, to undertake this most profound of all mystical transformations? I wasn't sure. It might, just might have been possible. Certainly he was an advanced enough student, and with the right preparation and the right configuration of circumstances, if anyone could have pulled this off, he could have done. I received other reports. Yes, he had been seen. He had resurrected. More and more evidence came through to that effect in trickles, in snatches. But I remained unconvinced and felt that might all be wishful thinking at this tale. His followers wanted him to resurrect so much, they literally conjured him out of their own tortured imaginations. I wanted it to be true, but I wanted truth more than any particular angle on truth. So I remained open to the possibility, but I still lacked proof. And in my own training, it would not allow me to give assent to something unless I'd seen or tested the actual evidence for myself. And what then? What happened as you grew older, she asked. Well, I carried on with my teaching, consolidating a lifetime of work. I had many more students. We conducted initiations, teachings, tests. Some passed, some failed, some tried again. And about my former student, I remained in suspense. Then, towards the end of my life, I heard a new and somewhat disturbing state of affairs developing. I heard that some of his followers, none of whom seemed to know about my existence, for I never heard from them, began to state categorically that not only had he resurrected, but furthermore, unless one believed this, one was damned. That the whole world was now under judgment and was soon to be passing away into a new order of things, and only through faith in this man could one be saved from the coming judgment. With all due respect, I found these messages ridiculous and pompous in the extreme. Even if he had managed to achieve the once in a myriad years of resurrection mysteries, it was hardly a reason to condemn the rest of mankind to eternal damnation, or to wish to see the whole world vanish and be destroyed. This was a kind of perverse way of thinking. How did you react? What did you feel? She asked. Well, I felt upset, dismayed, I said. The tolerance and gentleness which underlay the teachings of our tradition were seemingly being swept away and replaced with a stronger, sterner, and more fanatical position. That there was the truth, and one truth only, represented by the teachings of this former student of mine. And unless one turned to him invisibly in the resurrected state, the entire totality of all former teachings and wisdom were as nothing as straw, as chaff blown in the wind. I was utterly appalled at the logic of this position as it began to filter through to us. This meant literally that all our temples, all our schools, all their teachings were as nothing and would pass away into dust, to be replaced by a will-o'-the-wisp, a possibility, a hope, a faint chimera that such and such a one had managed to achieve the rare grace of the resurrection mystery. But how could such an achievement annul and replace the collected teachings of the whole of mankind's previous spiritual history? Obviously, it could not, but that was what was being claimed. At the end of your life, she said, go forward. What happened? How did you die? I died without much peace and with a growing sense of disturbance, thinking that something fundamentally strange and terrible had happened to the spiritual fabric that binds mankind into one family. I felt that the interconnectedness, the tolerance, the harmony that bounds all wisdom schools together throughout the known world into a bond of invisible unity was in danger of being shattered. That was this strange teaching bursting into the scene, there was a danger it might be sundered forever, and these fanatical followers might well try and impose their own dogmas, their own half-truths, and pretend they were the only truths. Always a sign of less than broad minds, I knew, when one proclaims one's teaching as the only one. The very wisdom of the goddess teachings, which he had missed out on, taught one the antidote against this kind of arrogance. And I realized as I was close to death that it was this lacuna which was precisely the missing component of these new teachings, and which might otherwise have humored them and honed them and made them of good report and serviceable for the well-being of many. As it was, they were half teachings. And then what? Now you've died, what happens next? As she said that, I found myself being buried in an underground tomb in half light from flickering torches, which then went out. And I then rose and my soul floated into another world, another zone of being. And I came before a kind of judgment hall, exactly as one might expect from an Egyptian eschatological perspective. There were the gods and goddesses waiting for me, and I had to give an account to them. In their midst was a goddess, Isis herself, seated on a throne, a beautiful, mature woman wearing white, a garment that seemed made of pure light. I came before her and told her my fears telepathically, and I found myself crying with remorse, saying I took the blame, that I should have stopped him. I should have insisted he complete his final teachings, but had let him go without my being able to prevent it. And now I feared all our ancient wisdom schools would be swept away in the name of these strange new teachings. Isis beckoned me closer to her and spoke from her heart directly to mine. What words of comfort and healing. She told me that whilst it might seem to me at this time as if some disaster had happened, as if something had been lost, in fact, she had the power to turn it all around into something good. And that he and I had both been blameless in our actions, that we'd both done what we had to do, that these new ideas and new wisdom would result out of these teachings, and they could be turned gently for the service of the goddess and for the cause of truth and love and peace in the final end. She bid me be of good cheer, to set my heart at rest, that I need not blame myself or take sorrow at the deeds of my life. I played my part well, and the teachings, incomplete as they were, would nevertheless add a certain nobility to the lives of many people, and that the example of selfless sacrifice and love shown by my former student would shine light for many people, even in the midst of great and hitherto inconsolable darkness. That in time, it would be seen that the bonds of wisdom teachings that bind all such schools everywhere had not been sundered, merely stretched and remolded and shaped anew to fit new conditions that were coming into the world. On hearing this, my heart grew peaceful and my grieving ended. I trusted her. She was Isis, and I could understand simply how things might yet be for the best. After this account was ended, Catherine slowly brought me back to the room and to a place of calm and tranquility, and brought me back gradually to normal consciousness. And eventually, slowly, made me sit up. We debriefed. She asked how I was feeling. And I was, of course, somewhat dumbfounded by what had transpired. She promised to rewrite all her notes out into an ordered form and give them me in a few days' time. So that was the experience. And, you know, I suspended judgment on the whole thing. I mean, I know I wasn't making this up. It was a genuine kind of visionary experience. I can't sit here and swear, yes, this is true. This was my past life experience. But it all rang true on a very series of deep levels, because, you know, I've spent my whole life dabbling in every possible wisdom school that's going and trying to always hone in on the goddess teachings. And I went to Ireland in the 80s, joined the Fellowship of Isis, and, you know, I was baptized as an Anglican Christian, having spoken to the Fellowship of Isis guy, look, you know, these are compatible, aren't they? And so there's a last little synchronicity happened. As I was flying back to the UK from Dallas Fort Worth Airport from Oklahoma, I was offered a newspaper on the flight, a free newspaper. It was an International Herald Tribune. And on the front page was a Egyptian tomb. Archaeologists had just discovered a large underground necropolis dating precisely from Hellenistic and Roman Egyptian times, in which were many deceased individuals found in individual chambers, exactly as in my past life regression scene. They were described exactly as I'd seen. And here I was being given this newspaper by the stewardess. I thought, you know, gosh, that's an interesting synchronicity. But hey, I wanted to share that because, you know, it explains, well, it's interesting in and of itself. I mean, I would love to, you know, if somebody could do some research and find out, is this possibly true? You know, where were these sort of temple schools? We know Jesus spent time in Egypt. It's in Matthew. It's very possible he went back later on for his late adolescence, you know, early manhood during his missing years. And it's not an incredibly impossible narrative. But I suspend judgment. I'm a historian. I've got a PhD in history from the University of London. I'm not going to say this is true. I'm going to use it as a hypothesis to do further research. And if it's true, the relevance to the Mary Magdalene studies is, you know, if Jesus did go and do all this, and he's obviously the character that was in the narrative, and he encountered Mary Magdalene and they experienced those goddess mysteries in some way, shape, or form, maybe that's why he didn't need to come back. Maybe he fell in love and didn't, you know, why should I bother going back to Egypt with that boring old chap? I'm doing the goddess mysteries here in Galilee. That's enough for me, you know. So I'm suspending judgment, and yeah, we'll see. I think time will tell us. And okay, anyway, I'm going to stop there. Any questions or comments? Feel free to you know, ask anything really, and then we'll go on to our next speaker, who is Nina. Yeah, I've never shared this before, so you're the first people to hear this, but I hope you found it interesting anyway.
I've actually been in those tombs in Alexandria.
Have you?
Yeah, the loculi. Absolutely, it was the French archaeologist L'Empereur was the one who found them. It was absolutely amazing.
I think I've seen a program about them.
Yeah.
Are they down near the harbour somewhere, or they're in the old
they're
Royal?
a little bit higher up.
Yeah.
If you're looking at the Pharos, they're to the left. If you're on the land, see what I mean? They're further up. They're close to the harbour, but not in it. If you see what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
Within walking distance, but long walking distance.
That must have been fascinating to be there. I hope
It
one day.
was.
Yeah.
And there were labyrinths as well under the under the columns, which was really, really fascinating, the whole thing. And I think it's that he thought it was Alexander's tomb. I don't know if he's
Well,
right.
that of course has not been found yet, but that's the one to
No,
find,
but
isn't it?
he
Let's
was
hope
hoping that that was what it was. I don't think it possibly was.
No, we haven't found that yet.
Anyway, thanks. That was
Thanks.
fascinating.
Okay, food for thought. Any other comments?
Yeah, I would like to say something about this
Go for it.
because this is the book that I wrote about Mary Magdalene. It's Rituals in Sacred Stone, and it's still available on Amazon.
Okay.
And I'm describing very much what you said here. A similar, I mean, I traveled to Egypt. I went to Alexandria. I saw some of the tombs and some of these things, but that wasn't what inspired me the most. It was just sort of putting myself there, going into learning more about just the geography, learning about the Roman Empire, learning a little bit about the Egyptian stuff, and then kind of just putting myself in there. And then I'm describing a lot of the stories that you're talking about, that they did the rituals, they did and they had the knowledge of how to do some of these things that we find impossible to even think of, like the medicine they could grow a new limb if you lost an arm or something. They could teach your body how to grow that. So that's.
Could you tell people the name of the book, Wenke? Hold it up again.
It's called Rituals in Sacred Stone.
Right.
And is it backwards on your, because it's backwards?
No, we can see it. It's fine.
You can see it. Yeah. So and I also, this is the trilogy where the big fat book trilogy, where now I've actually rewritten a little bit on the first part of it, and I've made it into this one. It's still called Rituals in Sacred Stone and Mary Magdalene and all that. Yeah. But it has 7 extra chapters, and we go more into the rituals and all these things that are happening. I'm wondering if your student was maybe John the Baptist, because he also did all that, and he also did the irritating of the government. He annoyed the government in Jerusalem at the time by speaking too loudly about things. And he was definitely executed, but he lived on in a different format. In my book, I'm introducing the way that they could preserve a head with knowledge. So when people would have to then be in a ritual situation, you would have to ask them to collect all the knowledge of their life into their heads, and then you would ritually behead them and save that head, because that would be an oracle that you could speak to, and you could have it.
That's quite a druidical thing. They used to do that.
Yeah. Oh God, yes. I'm writing also about Vikings, and the Vikings also had this thing with heads that was really important to them. So. To us, this is necromancy, and it's all sort of magical and all that. But I believe they had techniques for that, and it wasn't as outrageous as in our time, because we're so we want everything to be logical. We want it to be to understand things with our heads. The whole academic world is full of people in their heads. Whereas,
we want things to be ethical as well. I think I'm against beheading.
That's true.
Unless it's, involuntary beheading.
You couldn't kill these people unless they agreed to become the oracle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you didn't.
When I'm 95 and somebody wants to preserve my head, that's
and
fine.
People want your head because of your knowledge and all the stuff you've experienced in your life.
Yeah.
And you agree. I've lived this long. I'm kind of done. Please do this.
Now I have my head. It's a bit like Jeremy Bentham, who's embalmed in University College.
There we go.
Philosopher.
And there are others. I think Walt Disney's head has been preserved. He is frozen somewhere, and there are a couple of other heads that have been preserved that they're still studying Einstein for what he was worth. Well,
thank you. Look, thank you very much for your comment. Yeah. I mean, I think my understanding was this was Jesus, not John the Baptist. But like I say, I'm open to hypotheses, and I'm not going to argue. It's just that in my soul, that was what was revealed to me.
And this is also the process of just going in there inside yourself and get in touch with older knowledge that's stored there in your
Yes.
body.
And doing it, I mean, I do think these past life regressions are fascinating, and I recommend, if you haven't had one, to go through it and see what comes up. It's fascinating. Okay, I think we should move on now, because let's move on to our next speaker, and that's Dr. Nina Livesey, who's changing the tone. She's going to be sharing questions about St. Paul, who's another very important figure in the history of Christianity, writer whose work I value and admire greatly. In the funeral service of my daughter, Sophia Craig Daffern, she was buried in a little Anglican church 1,000 years old in Sussex. I did a eulogy for her. Obviously, it's got ancient Saxon wall paintings from before the Normans of Christ in judgment at the end of time. And obviously, Pauline thought is woven in with Christian theology. And Nina's going to explain to us why we should be cautious about ascribing historicity to these texts. Maybe they have a slightly different history. So I'm really looking forward to what she's going to tell us. And then afterwards, we can ask questions and, see what her arguments are. Okay, Nina, take it away. It's all yours.
Thank you, Thomas. I'm wondering if you could allow me to share my screen. I'm
Yes,
sending you a
certainly.
request.
Yes, I think it's empowered now. You can do that.
Okay, let's see if I can get this to work.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
Do you see that?
Yes, we do. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. It will be a few minutes. We're all good for, it's about 45, 50 minutes.
No, you have as long as you need.
Okay,
Nina.
I don't want to,
we're all ears. Yeah.
to tax people too much. Sometimes it's a lot of sitting, I know.
Well,
well, this is the front slide. First of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm not a Mary Magdalene scholar, as you know, but I really appreciate the invitation. The image is partial image of the book cover. The full title of the book is The Letters of Paul in Their Roman Literary Context, Reassessing Apostolic Authorship. And you see that secondary title right there, and that gets at the overall thesis. So my book reopens the question of the likelihood of Pauline authorship of 7 letters, because we only think in the scholarship, in Pauline scholarship, we only think that 7 of the 14 are actually of Paul. So I am taking on the authorship of those remaining 7. And those are Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, Galatians, Philippians, 1st Thessalonians, and Philemon. So that's the starting of the book, to challenge that authentic thesis made up of those 7 letters. So we think that they're authentic, authored by Paul, and genuine correspondence, and dated to the mid-1st century. I advance various arguments against that dominant authentic perspective and conclude that all the letters of Paul, all 14 of them, are best understood as pseudonymous, fictive, and of the mid-2nd century rather than the mid-1st century. I could also say, although I don't want to get too far off track, that the scholarship often takes the Pauline letters, at least those 7 letters, as the earliest Christian documents. So I'm disputing that as well by moving them to the 2nd century and actually post at least one gospel text. So it's a reorganization of how we understand some of the scriptural works that are in the New Testament. So the presentation is divided into two parts. In the first, I give some of my arguments against the authentic perspective, and surely I can't bring it all to you, but I'll bring some of those arguments. And in the second part, I nudge you to think about apostolic letters as fictive and what I call letters in form only. They look like a letter, but they're exploiting the form of a letter, is my argument. And again, more details of how authors exploited a letter is in the book as well. I mentioned that I reopen the question of Pauline authorship. This is a question that has been taken up previously in the scholarship, and it was in the late 19th century that we saw Dutch radical thinkers, Bruno Bauer, Abraham Lohman, and others, who also refuted Pauline authorship of all letters attributed to Paul. We don't hear too much about that, but they were out there, and it was a dominant perspective 100 years ago, you might say. So I agree with some of the arguments that they marshal for pseudonymity and for a second century provenance of the letters. Yet I don't start with the Dutch radicals. I backtrack and found them later, actually. And I advance arguments for pseudonymity and for the second century that are independent of their arguments. But I'm also able, as you can imagine, to benefit from 100 years of scholarship that's gone after them. There's been quite a lot of scholarship in biblical studies, rhetorical studies, and even epistolary studies. And I dip into a lot of that scholarship for my arguments. So how did I come to dispute the authentic perspective of Pauline letters? And I should state, as Thomas stated of himself, that I'm a historian of early Christianity. I'm not trained as a theologian or even a spiritualist, I should say, nor do I approach the texts of the New Testament through that lens. You might say, or I think you should say, that I take a hard historical approach to Pauline letters and also to the figure of Paul himself. And I'm on a quest then for historical evidence. Various factors led me to the conclusion that the letters could be inauthentic. I alluded to those a little bit when I spoke earlier. My work on rhetoric led me to that, at least to begin to doubt authorship. I learned, and I think this is important to say, that you might think of rhetorical rhetoric, or when you perceive rhetoric in a writing, that it's something that authors would use to attach to a statement. You could look at it that way, to make something more emphatic. You could think of oral presentation by emphasizing through repetition. You're emphasizing your words, make them more emotive, make them even more grandiose. But ancient rhetoric was really a lot more sophisticated than just that. It really was, you might say, literary techniques for the creation of discourse. So it goes a lot further. One prominent example is a very well-known figure called speech and character, or prosopoieia, which students were asked, put yourself in the shoes of Alexander the Great, let's say, and write a speech about that would be something that Alexander would say. or write a speech that is the opposite of what Alexander would say. These are some of the things that we now know from ancient pedagogical studies. So this also informs my thesis. The extent of the training of ancient writers, I think, is more vast than we've given them credit for. Their creativity, more sophisticated in what they can do with stories. Well, you can think of Homer already, a great story which was widely imitated in the ancient world. It really wasn't, however, until 2018 and through additional work, again with ancient rhetoric, that I began to question whether the Apostle Paul was really responsible for those remaining 7 letters that the field still thinks are authentic. And at that time, I was also in conversation with a friend, a colleague, another professor friend in classics, who really informed me that in the field of classical studies, ancient authorship is really rather difficult to determine. And she was critical also of the fact that Pauline scholars could, with such a surety, assume that the Apostle Paul wrote those letters. So coupled with my own doubts and questioning about the authorship of those letters, and in combination with this close classics friend of mine, I started this book and went in much more deeply. How did those letters become assessed as authentic? What was the scholarship behind it? And then I eventually offer another way to look at the letters. So the talk is actually going to be 2 things: the scholarship on how those letters became authentic, and then where I am taking those letters as a subsequent step. So my research began, well, part of it began with the scholarship of F.C. Bauer, who was very influential scholar of the 19th century. He played a very important role for this authentic perspective in that he also reified the historical Paul and the historical reliability of some of the Pauline letters. There's some irony here, however, because Bauer is a very unlikely candidate to advance a thesis of the historical reliability of Pauline letters, even though there are just a few that he found were historically reliable. And the irony is because he's best known, again, mid-19th century, for disqualifying nearly every New Testament text, all the Gospels, the Book of Acts, all the other letters, as being historically reliable. So it's ironic that the authentic perspective has its bases in this historical skeptic, you might say, F.C. Bauer. He found only 4 letters to be historically reliable, 4 Pauline letters: Galatians, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, and Romans. And he called those famously the Hauptbriefe, the chief epistles. He's German. Bauer lays out his understanding of Christian origins, and that is what it forms the basis of this Hauptbriefe, the historicity of the Hauptbriefe. And he explains it in this article, The Christ Party in the Corinthian Community. And it's from 1 Corinthians 1, 11 to 12, which I'm not going to read to you. But for Bauer, that was extremely important, central passage, because he could see there that there were factions at the start of what he considered to be the start of Christianity, namely a pro-Pauline group who was non-Jewish and a pro-Petrine group. And I think in the slide you see Cephas, who is Peter, Aramaic for Peter. So he sees these two factions, and for Bauer, the factions are central to the history, the beginnings of Christianity. So there, even though there's 4 people, which I think is problematic, how he gets 2 from 4, but he does, he finds this on-the-ground religious perspectives that with Paul, he's very pro-Pauline, I should say, you find a universalistic, law-free group represented by Paul, and you've probably heard this universalistic law-free before, with Paul, and then the opposing party is particularistic and law-bound version of Christianity represented by Peter or Cephas. But Bauer took it a little further, and he finds that same division between Pauline universalism and this particularism of Peter. He can see that in the other 3 letters as well, Galatians, Romans, and 2 Corinthians. So I argue more detailed that it's really circular reasoning that he employs there, because what he's doing is he is reading in his contemporary theology, namely that Christianity, of course, mid-19th century has already got a notion of Christianity, right? That it has already advanced into a universalistic salvific faith out from under a defective and particularistic Judaism. That's his theology. He's living with that in the mid-19th century. And he essentially reads that, modern notion back into the letters. So there's already a problem with Bauer's underlying thesis for the historical reliability of those 4 letters. And what I say is what he does is he's historicizing his theology. But other factors also played a role in how Bauer was to hold so strongly to those Hofbriefe, the 4 chief epistles, German nationalism. So those political influences as well, they were a universalizing force as well. And there was also anti-Judaism at that time. Judaism was a threat to that German universalism at the time. You can probably understand some of that. We're all affected by these politics and see how politics affects us. He was also, Bauer, that is, a student of Hegel, and Hegelian philosophy. Hegel believed that history progressed in states and it advanced from inferior states to superior ones. So Bauer could then read in his own thesis into Hegel and say, aha, Judaism had to be overtaken. It was earlier, it was inferior, and Christianity superior. It just all fell into place, you might say, for Bauer, thanks to Hegel. And some have said that Hegelian philosophy gave Bauer's thesis a kind of scientific tinge, if you will. He had a scientific rationale for it because it also was in this philosophical realm that was so well respected and taken up at that time. But as I've said, it's basically imposing these modern notions on the ancient texts, and it doesn't really hold. However, and this is what I found repeatedly in my research, this Bauer was extremely influential. He wrote widely. He's a Tübingen scholar in Germany, high-powered scholar, you might say. And that his Hofbriefe, the centrality of those chief letters, held. And it still holds today, that they were historically reliable. In other words, people forget about how it was determined that they were reliable, but they still hold to the fact that they are historically reliable, and they're certainly Pauline. There's another scholar too that bears on the authentic perspective, and from a slightly different angle, and that's Adolf Deisman. He postdates Bauer by about 50 years or so. Early 20th century, you've got his dates are there printed on the slide. What he contributes is, how do you understand a letter? And then he divides up letters, all kinds of letters, into two main groups: real letters and literary letters. So for Deisman, all 13 Pauline letters are real letters. Genuine correspondence, I think, is what I looked for terms. How do I define this? How do I describe what I'm seeing here? Genuine correspondence. Real letter, you sent it like a real letter that we used to get in the mail, in the hard mail, when the mailman used to come. He still comes, but not much real mail is coming, right? But for Deisman, these were genuine. He also went further. They're artless, spontaneous writings. They were like oral conversations. As a real letter, they could be compared to a photograph that depicts real life, not retouched, colorized, or edited in any way. You can kind of see what he's doing here by saying that they're real, okay? He's bringing realia. He's bringing a real Paul with a real letter, okay? You can kind of get a feel for that. At least I hope you can. But like Bauer, currently held beliefs, and for Deisman, religious, but also his historical understanding, you might say, of Christian origins is what led Deisman to this understanding of Pauline letters as real or genuine correspondence. So according to him, Christianity originated in a pristine Garden of Eden-like setting. He describes this period as primitive Christianity or Ur-Christendom. The spirit was alive, and it led these early, pure, natural, spirit-driven people, including Paul, people who were really simple people, lower class people. And these are the people. Paul was one of these people, and they are the ones who wrote Paul. That Paul wrote these letters. So it's the style of these early writings that reflected for Deisman that originating force. Remember, I said they're pure, spontaneous. So by reading the letters, though, already with the notion that it reflects this pristine state, you can see some circular reasoning coming through with Deisman's thesis as well. He could see this untainted, simple, and honest style of the genuine letters reflected back because he's already got this pristine understanding of original Christianity. As I said, this is circular reasoning, but of a different type. So shortly after he publishes this book, which I have the title in English, Licht vom Osten, a German title, 1910, scholars roundly refuted his determination of the style of those letters, completely refuted that, refuted all the basis of his analysis that they could be real letters, his determination that they're artless and spontaneous. It finds no support in ancient or modern literary theory. Authors are the ones that determine the style. And if they want it to be pure-like and simple-like, they can do it. If they want it to be lofty, they can do it. But he doesn't take that into consideration in his evaluation. So, as one scholar said, a simple style is not a sure sign of genuineness or authenticity. And also, there's nowhere in ancient rhetorical or epistolary theory that says the letter is actually the same as an oral conversation. Writers or epistographers, the writers of letters, were to aim for that. That was a hoped for a result of their writing, but they weren't the same, and ancients knew that. So that doesn't hold either in terms of Deismann's theory. However, and the same as with Bauer, Deismann made a huge impact by saying that they're real letters. And that precipitated a tremendous amount of scholarship on the Pauline side for New Testament scholars and others to take up the analysis of letters as though they were real letters. So there was a tremendous influence of Deismann's work. And he was another very influential scholar, wrote tremendously. He had a big voice, you might say. So other scholars looked to him and moved, influenced by him, took his theory forward in epistolary work. So two scholars, Robert Funk and John White in particular, who worked with each other, they contributed to a stream of epistolary scholarship that followed in Deismann's wake. And this scholarship revised and expanded Deismann's theoretical framework. It also enlarged the study of ancient letters to include their form, function, and formulae. So there was a lot of interest. How does a letter work? How does a real letter work is what that scholarship was about. So here's a picture of Robert Funk. He's now deceased. He was also a very well-known scholar. So he deployed his keen analytical skills to make a case that genuine letters could provide evidence for the historical Paul. This is the same notion that's in the background of Deismann's thinking. But his arguments were a little bit more fine-tuned and even more sophisticated, theoretical than Deismann. Deismann marshaled a lot of data. Funk marshals a lot of theory and exegetical work, fine exegetical work. So in the 60s, so this is already mid-20th century, it's earlier scholarship for us, for sure. He posited that there was a real Paul in those letters. How does he know it? From the travel log. So he writes, the travel log would be difficult to imitate in an epistle conceived as a literary convention. apart from living situations, and especially when produced by an author not moved by Paul's strong consciousness of the significance of his personal presence to his congregations. So how do you find a real Paul? Well, those letters must be real because Paul's talking about his travels. So that's one way to find a real Paul in the letters. But then later on, Funk switches gears. He gets a little bit more sophisticated, and he says the real Paul exists in what's called the apostolic parousia. And so he defines certain pericopes or passages, which he thinks typifies the historical Paul. And one of those passages, if you want to look at it, I don't have it up here now, is Romans 15, 14 to 33. But Funk doesn't take enough consideration that style and language are not guarantees of authenticity. As I mentioned earlier, authors can, and they were trained to manipulate language and style in any directions they wish to take it. And what's funny is Funk was extremely intelligent, and he knew that. And he saw, for instance, the travelogue in letters that Funk himself didn't think were Pauline, that Paul didn't write, but he's able to justify that and rationalize that away, that those were attempts to imitate Pauline travelogue. He can't move from the authentic perspective, and that Paul was really there within the letters. And I see this repeatedly, rationalizing how it must have been Paul that wrote these things. Paul must have said this or that or whatever, and said it in a particular way. But there's not good reasoning behind that argument, those arguments. So one of the things that Funk says is to rationalize his thesis that Paul molded his own particular pattern out of circumstances of his apostolic ministry. So even if the letters don't even look like they're actual letters, Paul went his own way. He was such a great, important person that he took that letter and changed it because he had to and because he was Paul. I'm simplifying a little bit, but it was one of the ways in which scholars tried to make it that these letters had to be by Paul. Funk likewise echoes a Deismann thesis that a letter, and for Funk, he says a letter is oral speech at the threshold of writing. So Funk goes pretty far with his notion that these letters are Paul. They are like Paul being there. Paul, as the letters appear at the communities, it is though Paul is there reading them out loud. They're that type of a letter. So Funk promoted that kind of a notion. As I already mentioned to you, nowhere in ancient rhetorical or epistolary theory was a letter ever seen as literally the same as an oral conversation, oral speech. There's another scholar who worked very closely with Funk, and that's John L. White. He did a lot of work with Pauline epistles from their form and formulae. He has quite a bibliography of works. He worked on letter opening and closing formulae, the structure of an ancient letter, and the function of a letter. And he's comparing Pauline letters to real, seemingly real, common Greco-Roman letters to show, all of this is about, to show that the Pauline letters can be real letters, real Roman, Greco-Roman letters. So like Funk, White's scholarship is thorough and impressive. And in one study, White drew comparisons between the structural elements of Philemon and the common Greek letter. And but while searching for these inherent similarities, which he assumed were there, his careful and honest scholarship yielded differences. He found marked dissimilarities in the letter formulae, structural elements, and the length of the letters. But rather than determine that Philemon was something other than a common or genuine letter, he assesses that Philemon, similar to what Funk does, is just a distorted form. And he, similar to Funk, says Paul's own creativity, working in conjunction with conditions prevailing in his ministry, led Paul to create new formulae appropriate to this situation. So you can see kind of rationalization at work here. These two examples, among others, reveal not just the dominance of the authentic letter perspective, but also the power of the historical Paul over all of this scholarship. So despite copious contrary evidence, Funk, White, and others make special allowances to retain historical reliability and the genuineness of those 7 Pauline letters. Yet what scholarship ironically confirmed about canonical Pauline letters is that by comparison to Greco-Roman common letters, the canonical Pauline letters are longer, their structure is more complex, their opening and closing formulae are theological and considerably different, and they are concerned with theological teachings and not everyday issues like a son writing to his father, please return my coat, or bring me my coat at school, it's cold here. That would be a common real letter, Greco-Roman letter, very short letter. Well, none of the Pauline letters look like that. Yet the authentic perspective has been amazingly durable. It can, as I said, it confirms the historicity of Paul, his communities, and his activities in the mid-first century. And it also, the authentic letter perspective, supports the understanding of on-the-ground and continuous Christian activity in the first century that begins shortly after the death of Jesus. So what evidence, however, do we have of Paul? So I argue, and my research brought me to say that there is no external evidence of Paul. That is, Paul does not appear in non-canonical, non-extra canonical sources. While, however, to argue against the historicity of Paul based on a lack of outside evidence of Paul could be construed, and probably will be construed, as an argumentum a silentio, argument from silence. Proving or disproving his existence is not possible, really. His absence from these contemporaneous Greek or Roman or Hebrew sources is telling. The Roman name Paulos is a transliteration of the Greek Paulos, and it's translated into English, as you know, as Paul. So as a cognomen or a nickname, Paulos is largely unattested in ancient Roman sources. We have a nomen gentilicium, or family name, which belongs to Roman patrician families inside of Italy, that had Paulus as their family name, okay? Paulus, as a common word, also lends itself to a play on words. Paulus in Latin means little or small. You see something like that happening with the Greek Petros, or Peter, which means rock or stone. And were biblical authors playing on the names of characters. We know that has been going on. We see that in Hebrew scriptures with the name Jacob or Jacob. Yaakov in Hebrew means to supplant. And we know that in Genesis 25, Jacob at his birth, the story, the twins, Jacob at his birth, he takes hold of his twin brother's heel and supplants this firstborn birthright, right? So you already see the premonition of that, you might say, in the name Jacob. So Hebrew writers were already playing with the names of characters, and doing their name had something to do with their role, right, in that narrative. So we know Paul from the book of Acts, and that's, I argue, how we first have a Paul. And that's a fanciful passage in Acts 13, where prior to Acts 13, you have Saulos, or Saul, who is a persecutor. Saulos in Acts is a persecutor of Christ groups in Acts. Later, he becomes Paulos after his conversion. At his conversion in Acts 9, he's still Saulos. But he becomes Paulos in this important passage in Acts 13, where he performs Paulos, that is, his first miracle, namely the blinding of a magician called Bar Jesus or Bar Joshua. And it's hard to keep track of all the names in this short passage. But the blinding of Elmas brings about the conversion of this high-ranking Roman official who just happens, coincidentally, to have the name Sergius Paulus. And there you see that Roman patrician name as a family name. So it looks like Paulus, conveniently by the author of Acts, is gaining his name after he makes this first conversion of a Gentile, which is part of the thematic, a whole mission, you might say, of Acts, is the conversion of Gentiles. We can think of the author of Acts as a master in character name plays. He, most likely a male, not only gives character names that otherwise have common signification, like I mentioned, Peter means rock, but also to advance thematic goals. So we see something similar. It's not just Paul, even though my talk is about Paul, and Paul has a huge role to play in Christianity, but in Acts, Peter actually precedes Paul, and something very similar in terms of the name happens in Acts 10, and it's also around a conversion of a Gentile, Cornelius, and you've probably heard of that story. Well, 3 times in this Acts 10 narrative, which involves this conversion of Cornelius, a Roman Gentile, high-placed Roman Gentile, the author says, he uses the word Simon, also known as Peter. He says this 3 times. Simon is called Peter. So you have to say 3 times mentioning it, it's got to do something for the narrative of Acts. So that's another example of how that author is using names to promote what he wants readers of his narrative to take away. Namely, this character did a very significant thing. He converted a Gentile to the faith. And for that, he gets special naming consideration, from a Jewish name, Simon, to a Roman name, Petros. Jewish name, Saulos, Roman name, Paulos. Again, coordinates with the theme of Acts. What evidence do we have of Paul's activities in the mid-1st century? Well, surely there was a Paul who was in the mid-1st century. But if you dig deeper, the way the scholarship is telling us that Paul existed in the mid-1st century is not well argued. There are logical inconsistencies, and good critical scholarship would not hold to these arguments of how they're saying we have a Paul in the mid-1st century. They make this argument largely, not completely, but largely from 2 passages. One is a passage within one of the Hofbriefe, or chief epistles, 2 Corinthians 11, 32 to 33, where you see Paul, and in both of these passages, you see Paul in dialogue or in communication with an otherwise real person of that time, of the 1st century. These 2 verses, 2 Corinthians 11, 32 to 33, come at the end of an emotional autobiographical passage in which the Apostle Paul speaks of his Israelite background, punishment as a Jew, and various life-threatening experiences, including shipwrecks and dangers. And here is the critical passage. In Damascus, the governor under King Aretas guarded the city of Damascus in order to seize me, but I was let down in a basket through a window in the wall and escaped from his hands. Well, what has attracted scholars' attention is that reference to King Aretas. There was a King Aretas. He was a Nabatean king. We think it's Aretas IV, who reigned between 8 BCE and 40 CE. But if you dig a little deeper, there's no evidence that there was Nabatean control of Damascus. So here the author of Acts may have gotten some of his facts a little bit squirrely or mixed up. Those 2 verses from a literary perspective look like they're just tacked on to this other biographical narrative. So there's some disconnect, you might say, of even the mention of this King Aretas. And then I think the giveaway that the whole thing is a literary construct is being let down in a basket down a wall. That's a trope, and we've seen that in scriptures other times. It's dramatic. I call it a dramatic set piece. We see it in Acts 9:25. Saul or Saulos is lowered down a wall. Rahab lowers spies down a wall, the spies of Joshua down a wall to escape. And in 1 Samuel 9:12, David's wife Michal lowers him down a window to escape from King Saul. So it's already a little suspicious that you see this. But the most significant thing that makes it not necessarily historical is there is no other evidence that Paul was in relationship or contact with this governor of King Aretas IV. No other passage mentions this. We have no citation other than this one passage in 2 Corinthians. So you need to have multiple attestation, you might say, to get a little bit closer to historicity, and we don't have that. Then there was another passage too that plays a role in first century historical Paul, and that's Acts 18, 12 to 17. And that passage has even gotten more attention to pin the Apostle Paul to the mid-first century. Some scholars have called that the linchpin around which Pauline chronology can be determined. It also involves Paul in an encounter with a known official. And in this case, it's the Roman proconsul of Achaia, Gallio, who was a well-known person. Here is what the passage looks like. When Gallio was proconsul of Achaia, the Jews made a united attack on Paul and brought him before the tribunal. They said, this man is persuading people to worship God in ways that are contrary to the law. So again, while Gallio is a historical figure, we don't, again, have any other corroborating evidence of the Apostle Paul in any kind of encounter with this figure, even though he's a very well-known figure. There's time markers that are vague. We don't know exactly when Gallio was proconsul, so that messes up some of that fine-tune chronology, if you want to fine-tune it for Paul. It also has some literary motifs, the larger unit, that confirms what the goals are of Acts, which we see Paul moving from city to city. This is repeated numerous times in Acts. He goes first to the synagogue with his message, hostile Jews rejected, and that becomes the rationale for taking the message to the Gentiles. And this episode with Gallio falls right into that same motif. And you also see the author of Acts who name drops other ways, other times actual people are mentioned. King Agrippa is mentioned. Other figures are mentioned within Acts. So it's nothing unusual for Acts to refer to actual people. It doesn't mean there was a real encounter. You might appreciate, I don't know if you've heard of John Dominic Crossan or Dom Crossan, who wrote a recent book, Paul the Pharisee. It takes a completely different view of Paul than I do, but a very well-known New Testament scholar. But of this Acts passage, he said something very astute in my mind, that a fictional apologetic, which is how he understands Acts, does not become a historical one by including a factual person, a factual place, or a calculable date. That's Dom Crossan, recent book, mentions this, and I would say the same thing with regard to a letter. So you can put a real person within a letter too, but that doesn't make it historical. So what about the letters themselves? What evidence do we have of them? Our earliest reliable evidence of Pauline letters is as a collection. And apart from a form of a collection, there is no extant evidence of any Pauline letter circulating as one. So that already problematizes this notion of genuine correspondence. If there was a real letter from Paul going to Rome, the Roman community, let's say, you'd think there would be evidence of Romans, one letter of Romans somewhere, or one letter of First Corinthians somewhere. But we don't have anything like that. We have collections, and that's a whole nother thing, which I hadn't planned to talk about at all. How do those letters get collected? That's a whole nother problem for the authentic perspective that is rarely discussed. So our earliest evidence is as a collection. And this is another important point that I make, because if you remember earlier, at the very start of the talk, I say 2nd century. So it turns out that the first evidence of these Pauline letters is of the 2nd century. So it's not a big move that I make to say 2nd century. That's our first evidence. As I said, I'm taking a very historical approach. What evidence have we got? Okay, that's in the back of this whole talk here. So the first real evidence, and there's been a lot of work, and more recently, even more work around Marcion. It's Marcion's Apostolicon, which we don't have an exact translation of what the heck is Apostolicon, but he named the collection of Pauline letters the Apostolicon, which could be Apostles' Book. The Apostolicon is only Pauline letters, 10 of them, not 7. So we can forget a little bit about those 7. And the first evidence is 10 Pauline letters, and I've got them here listed on the screen. My friend and colleague, Jason Badoon, wrote this book that I seem to be picking up constantly because he's translated. He was able to recreate those letters. And I'm always curious, what did Marcion's version of Galatians look like? What did it have in it? And Jason's book is one translation. There's others. So, and we think those letters are dated to, we think by scholarly convention, this could change, but Marcion is a 2nd century figure. Scholarship agrees that that publication of the Apostolicon was in 144, around 144. It's not extant. We can't put our hands on Marcion's Apostolicon. We just can't. That was recreated. The contents of the Apostolicon was recreated from later writers, Tertullian and Epiphanius, who were so upset with Marcion. They said they quoted from his letters, and that's how scholars are able to know what was in Marcion's Apostolicon, or that first collection of Pauline letters. And as I said, that's the contents, those 10 letters. Otherwise, if you want hard evidence, piece of paper or whatever, papyrus, the earliest papyrus dates to 200 or a little bit later, and that's early for New Testament texts, actually. It's P46, and there's some online, you can even see some of that P46. It exists in Chester Beatty collection and a Michigan collection. They split it up, this Papyrus 46, and you can actually see some of it online. Marcion's publication, in case you're interested, and that does have a bearing at my very end of this talk, which I'm approaching. Marcion also published at the same time a gospel text, and that's getting a lot more attention recently too. evangelion. It didn't have a name like the Gospel of Luke, the Gospel of Matthew, Gospel of Mark, Gospel of John, Gospel of Mary. No name, just evangelion. That's getting a ton of attention lately. And some scholars are saying that that may have been the very first gospel even. So there's a lot of movement now on what we're thinking. That whole synoptic question is being rethought. So that's a little bit about Marcion. But what about these letters of Paul? Don't they bring Paul and his communities to life? I ask this because I think people are so attached to those letters and to Paul himself and to those Pauline communities. It's very difficult, I think, to say no, to have that be questioned. This is what brings me now to the final part of the talk, and there's not much more here, where I remember I mentioned that I had a classicist friend at the top of the talk. Well, I eventually, when I started to question the Pauline letters, well, what could they be then? I landed on this very important work and very important scholar who's very well known in ancient epistolography, Patricia Rosenmeyer, who wrote this book, Ancient Epistolary Fictions. And this was my companion, you might say, as I'm writing my own book. And Patricia Rosenmeyer opened me and my world, really, to the vast world of fictional letters. The ancient world attests vastly to fictional letters. And I learned that writers were exploiting the letter genre for fictional letters, using a letter, but it's actually fictional. But they borrowed on the power of what a letter meant. You know, a letter is kind of personal. I don't know if you've ever read a novel of letters. You can really fall into it. Les Liaisons Dangereuses. I don't know if you know that. That was a famous book. Love story of letters. Fictional, but very powerful because these letters look real, personal. Ancient authors knew that and exploited that in their use of fictional letters. And they were exploiting the letters from the 5th century. Thucydides has fictional letters. The Hebrew Bible has embedded fictional letters. The New Testament has embedded fictional letters. We know that. Acts, there's been no question. Acts we don't take as history. And the embedded letters we've known for a long time are not historical. There's also 7 community letters at the start of the book of Revelation. Some of you may know those. Those are fictive letters as well. So the book of Revelation. Ancient authors relied on the ready recognition and early stability of the letter form to create fictional letters. So the letters do bring the Apostle Paul and his addressees to life, but not literally, I argue, because there is a lack of evidence, lack of historical evidence for that, but conceptually. And this is due to the inherent features of the letter genre. So I can give you a little of this, and it's just stuff that I found as I was working with letters and also looking at a lot of epistolary scholarship, the power of a letter, you might say. So I say, what's with a letter? What I mean is, what are the advantages of deploying a letter? They come across as real. I tried to get at that a little bit with that love letters emotional, even a letter, more emotional. It's that I of the letter, and you can identify with that, right? Letters have a reputation by tradition of being trustworthy and reliable. The letter too is friendly. It's not threatening in any way. So they render an environment safe. And for persuasion, which is one of the things I argue in my book, if you see a letter and there's moral teachings there, you might be more inclined to follow those moral teachings if the format is friendly. It's in a letter. And especially if you're the third party, you're reading over the shoulder, right? And ancient authors, I argue, knew this. Fictional letters are meant to be read by somebody else, of course. The letter parties are not real, right? So it's meant for a third party to be reading over the shoulder. So persuasion works indirectly with letters, and I think ancient authors knew that and exploited it. A letter, these are some things and not necessarily in logical order, but a letter emphasizes the sender figure, the I mentioned that a little bit. People identify with that first person. And secondary readers, these people reading over the shoulder, people are drawn to that. There's an allure, you might say, of overhearing. You can imagine if you're at dinner with a friend and somebody at the table next to you is saying something very interesting. Well, you might be listening to that, right? Because they're saying something super interesting that you want to hear. So people, humans, are enticed in certain ways, and letters provides that. A letter that's not to you is a way of enticing interest in a subject matter. Letters lend themselves to soft persuasion. I've already mentioned that a little bit. And importantly, as the script is, the font size went up a little bit here, they allow for the creation of letter parties. So with fictive letters, you can play around a lot. You can create realia, if you will. So by the way, and this is something I may have heard about, but I didn't realize so much. We know that Seneca, the philosopher Seneca, the Stoic philosopher Seneca, first century, his Stoic teachings are all in letters. There's about 140 of them called the Moral Epistles. But the other interesting thing to know about those, they're all fictive letters. And what he does is he stages somebody to give his teachings to, and he stages it to Lucilius. Lucilius is a fictive person, but he can do a lot with Lucilius. He can put Lucilius in a lot of interesting situations and use him as a model for Stoic teachings. And that's precisely what he does. So if the remaining 7 letters are not genuine, and as I said, I'm getting to the end, closely to the end here, how can we classify them if they're not genuine? And here again, and I rely on Patricia Rosenmeyer again, there is a category which I think nicely fits Pauline letters. And as I mentioned, they only exist as a collection meant to be read together. But there was a genre, ancient genre, who knew, pseudonymous letter collection. And as it happens, they were extremely popular. Far the most frequent type of Greek letter from all periods. How do you like that? Pseudonymous letter collections. And these are ascribed to a lot of important people, and I've got some of them printed there for you. We have philosophers, wise men, orators, literary figures and politicians, all have letters put in their name by later people. It's interesting. People wanted to know more about Plato. It wasn't the real Plato, but they were interested in, they thought they could get access to Plato's soul, apparently, from reading the letter. Because again, those letters are so personal. They could find out more about, maybe find out more about Plato by reading the letter. Importantly, however, the letters are done for people that are known, not unknown. In fact, they attracted attention because people wanted to know more about the figure, as I've just said, Plato as an example. And Rosenmeyer emphasizes this point. Students were asked to write letters in the name of Plato or whomever, or Homer, let's say. But no, Rosenmeyer makes the point, no self-respecting teacher in the ancient world would assign a student to write a letter based on what the baker's assistant in the house next door said when he found mice in the flour bins. Okay, they were asked to write about somebody known, a known figure, fictive or factual. And so I can tell you a little bit more about these pseudonymous letter collections. They're intended to be read together because they're fictional. They're meant for secondary readers. They're organized and edited to sustain a characterization of the person. So you learn more about the person the more you read about the letters, and you learn about the person too by whom that letter writer addressed. Okay, he's writing to this person or that group, right? They exploit the common features of the letter genre, and I already told you why people would write a letter, and they exploit all those features. And they take the figure, and this is important, especially for my argument with Paul. They take a known figure, known from elsewhere, and put him in a new direction. Thus, in the case of Paul, this is my argument, the Pauline letters take, I argue, the character created in Acts and put that Paul in new directions through the letters. And I think you can see that Paul is almost a theologian, you might say, in some of the letters, and gives moral advice. You don't see that theological speculation in the book of Acts. So it looks like a secondary manifestation of the character Paul, who's also not an apostle in Acts, or very weakly characterized as an apostle in Acts, and largely characterized as an apostle, and an important apostle, right, in the letters. So you have a different character, and that's exactly what these pseudonymous letters tried to do, pseudonymous letter collections. So this is my final point about Paul, but I have one more slide on Mary, and I'm hoping you in the audience will tell me more about Mary. So what can we say to sum up? Theological and ideological presuppositions drove the process of letter authentication. There's no evidence of Paulos outside of Acts and the letters, early evidence. There's no external evidence of Pauline letters before Marcion's Apostolicon, the mid-2nd century collection of 10 letters. And ancient authors exploited the letter genre for fictive purposes a lot, and they were doing it as early as the 5th century BCE. So it's not so unusual to say that these letters are fictive, and some smart person decided to do something like this and take the Apostle Paul in a new direction. And finally, and this is for you in the audience, what about Mary Magdalene? I'm not an expert in Mary Magdalene. I'm one of these New Testament people who focuses on one thing, and it's been Paul and now the Pauline letters, and now I'm getting into Marcion and that kind of thing. So I haven't done a whole lot with Mary Magdalene. She doesn't appear in any of the Pauline letters. And I look, she's not in Acts either. And those were the two works that I dealt with. But I can contribute something here that is new. And that is, remember I mentioned Marcion, his Apostolicon. And before the Apostolicon, it's published first Evangelion, the Gospel, and then the Apostolicon, the 10 letters. They form two books, if you will, of Marcion's New Testament. And we think he may have even coined that term, New Testament, Marcion, that is. Well, if the Evangelion looks a lot like the Gospel of Luke, but it's not exactly. And even the letters of Paul are not exactly the same as the canonical letters. And what I'm getting at here, and I looked, and scholars will differ because the Evangelion also has to be created from secondary sources. Again, Tertullian, Epiphanius. We don't have the Evangelion. There's no papyrus, extant papyrus of Marcion's Evangelion. But I looked at Jason Badun's, and I had a picture of his book earlier. In his translation, which is careful, he doesn't show Mary Magdalene there. I looked in the likely sources, because as I said, it's like the Gospel of Luke. And if you look at canonical Luke, you see Mary Magdalene, and she's almost defined in Luke, it looks like. The one whose 7 sins, I think, are removed, Luke 8:2. You may know this better than I do. And then she shows up later on in Luke 24:10. Well, I looked at those verses in the Evangelion, and it's not clear that Mary Magdalene is there. And I found that in my other research, and I am leaning toward later authors embellished. So they took the Evangelion and somebody called Luke added to it. And it added, for instance, the first 2 chapters as birth narratives are not there in the Evangelion either. So that is what I found that could pertain here to Mary Magdalene. And maybe you too can find other points of comparison with what I've said about Paul and my historical approach and what you have with Mary Magdalene. And I'm going to end there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Nina. Well done. That was fascinating journey for us all. And, you know, lots of what you've said I've written down a load of questions. I'm sure other people have as well. And it does go quite neatly into what Stephen will be talking about, because he's talking about, you know, who actually wrote the Gospel of Luke and Acts. He's going to shed a whole new light on that, which will dovetail with what you're saying as well. I'm going to suggest a sort of radical idea. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's go off and make a tea or something. We've been here for a while, and then we'll come back and go straight into Stephen's. And then we'll have questions at the end for both of you, if that's okay, because there'll be a lively discussion, I think. And what Stephen says will shed light on what you've said, Nina, which is fascinating. And I've got lots of questions. But let's have our little break first, because we've been here for...
Yeah. Do you have a larger break after, Stephen, then? Or I don't know,
I think we'll
dedicate the whole day here. I'm sorry. But
it's 2 chunks of 2 hours. So we've gone over the 2-hour slot. So we deserve a break now. And then we'll come back and hear Stephen's talk. And then possibly have another little break before we do the questions at the end. But let's take our little break now, okay, if that's all right, and come back in about, let's say, what is it? It's 18:43. So in about 10 minutes, if that's okay, time to make a tea. And then we'll hear from Stephen. He's got some fascinating extra light to shed.
Mhm.
Okay, so and please write down questions, keep them in your mind for Nina as well. That's going to be important. Right, now let's, I'm going to keep the Zoom open so we can, just, you don't have to leave, just blank your screen maybe and go for a quick break. Okay, see you shortly.
Yes. Theophilus.
Right. Hello again.
Hello.
Greetings. Well, that was fascinating, wasn't it, Stephen?
It was, yes. Quite inconsistent with what I'm going to say, but interesting anyway. Yeah.
Quite closely argued, and a lot of detail in there, but huge implications, because
Oh, yeah.
I think the local church in Church Stretton would be a bit upset to hear the Pauline letter.
I think most of the scholars would be upset as well, isn't they?
Yeah.
I think there's one thing they've forgotten.
What?
That people had scribes back then, and you could change your scribe, like one on Tuesday and one on Thursday.
Yeah.
So the lack of continuity in the style is easily explained.
I think also people perhaps wrote letters that were sort of in between. They were letters to people, but with a sort of theological purpose.
Well, there was a lot of interesting kind of controversial ideas, but
It's fascinating.
worth thinking about in depth. Right. So look, let's move straight on then to Stephen, if you're raring to go.
Okay. Yeah.
Because you've been making similar very important claims, and they fit because we're talking about the authorship of Luke and Acts, and we've just learned that's where St. Paul is first ever mentioned. So go for it. Let me welcome Stephen again. He's joining us from Shropshire, and he's written this very important book about the authorship of Luke's Gospel, which my daughter Sophia, who's now no longer with us, actually gave me for Christmas a couple of years ago. So I spent Christmas holidays reading it. Yeah, she found it and sent it to me. And
wow.
I closely read it that very cold Christmas a couple of years ago.
Oh, right. Good.
We used to discuss it because she was here at the time. She ordered it for me as a secret present, Okay, let's go for it, Stephen. Tell us what you've discovered.
That is actually the book, The Gospel of Domitilla. The book is concerned with really just one question: who wrote Luke and Acts? And as you can see from the title, I think it's a woman who's called Domitilla. So I'll explain why I think that, and I'll try and give as much of the evidence as I can. Obviously, I can't go through the whole book. There's a lot more in there than I can actually go through on this session. So I'll just try and give you the main flavour of it. So let's start with Mary the Magdalene. Now, a lot of Mary the Magdalene fans think that Luke was, or the author of Luke, was a misogynist. And the reason for that is, first of all, Luke seems to devalue the role of Mary Magdalene at the resurrection. Mary Magdalene I don't think she actually even sees the resurrected Jesus in Luke. And when she does get the message of the angels, but she's in a group of other people. And the second thing, which is perhaps even more serious, is that she seems to possibly make Mary Magdalene into a prostitute. I don't think she does, but there's the scene where a woman actually anoints Jesus. And in the Gospel of Luke, the woman is identified as a sinner. So she becomes a prostitute. But there isn't actually a direct link to Mary the Magdalene in Luke. So I think these criticisms are actually unfair. I don't think the author of Luke is a misogynist. In fact, I think it's the most female-friendly of all the writings in the New Testament, Luke and Acts. And I think that's because it was written by a woman. So let's start with the Gospel of Luke. So who wrote it? Now, the obvious question is, was it Luke who wrote it? And I think the vast majority of scholars would now say no, Luke did not write Luke. And we know where the theory came from because Acts of the Apostles has the letters of Paul. Acts of the Apostle gives the journeys of Paul, and those can be compared to the letters of Paul. So you can go through the two sources and you can try and compare and cross-check between them. And they are sort of vaguely consistent, and you can then work out there's this famous we passages in Acts where Acts goes talks we did this, we did that, and it just suddenly switches into these we passages and then will just switch out again. And most of them are sea voyages, but some of them on land as well. But you can go through and you can compare this to the letters of Paul and see where he's traveling, and then by deduction it must be Luke who's accompanying Paul, because he's the only one who could be in the right place at the right time. That's where the theory came that it was written by Luke. But there's problems with that. I mean, the main problem is that Acts takes a very simplistic view of events and doesn't seem to understand the complexity of the world as revealed in the letters of Paul. So most people don't, and also most people think Luke was written a lot later than would have been the case if it was written by a companion of Paul. So I think most scholars wouldn't accept the Luke authorship. So the next question is then, I'll rule out Luke. I'll go into it in more detail in the book. So if it wasn't Luke, then who did write it? We do have a clue, and the clue comes right at the beginning because it's got a dedication, something which the other Gospels don't have. It's got a Roman-style literary dedication, and it's dedicated to Theophilus. And Theophilus is called most excellent. Most excellent was a term used for senior Roman, and the other places in Acts where it's used, it's only applied to like governors of provinces. So we're talking about a very senior person, a very senior Roman. The dedication says that the author of Luke is aware of many other Gospels in existence. So it's not the first Gospel to be written. But they're trying to produce an improved version by sort of researching the original writings and coming up with a new gospel. But most interesting is the reason why it's written is written for Theophilus, so that you may know the truth concerning the things about which you have been instructed. So that's interesting because it shows that Theophilus is being instructed. So we're not dealing with a sort of committed Christian, perhaps not even a baptized Christian. We're dealing with someone who's thinking about becoming a Christian, a sympathizer. And the author of Luke is writing this to try and convince him of the truth. And this person they're trying to convince is a senior Roman. Now, to put this in perspective, Christianity at the time was basically, it wasn't Christianity was illegal, but it implied atheism, which was illegal. The Romans didn't care what you believed in. You could believe whatever you wanted, as long as you still sacrificed to the Roman gods and sacrificed to the emperor. But the first people who couldn't do that, the Jews couldn't sacrifice, and Christians couldn't sacrifice because of their religious beliefs. The Jews had a dispensation, the Christians didn't. So being a Christian would make you liable to pay the penalty, which was execution. It was the death penalty for being an atheist. So Christianity was very dangerous. And if you were someone in the position of Theophilus, it was particularly dangerous because you were a senior Roman and you would not be treated leniently if you were found out to be a Christian. So the question is, why is Theophilus taking this risk of being associated with this gospel? So the first thing is, I don't think Theophilus is the name that would lead to him, because it means God lover. So it could almost be a pseudonym that's being used here. The only reason why I think Theophilus would be taking these risks, two possible reasons. One is religious reasons, and the other is personal reasons. But I don't think he didn't come over as like an established Christian. So we can't see why he'd be taking these risks for religious reasons when he's still trying to find out. So I think we're left with a personal reason. Now, Theophilus is the patron, the author is the client, and client-patron relationships were all important in the Roman world. A senior Roman would have lots of clients. People like freedmen, members of their household, would all be their clients. So he seems to be taking a big risk for the author, and at the same time, the author would technically be his client. And the only circumstance I could really think of that would fit that is if the author is a female, if she's a close female relationship, close female relation of a Theophilus. And by close, I would mean probably either mother or wife. So we get this picture of a senior Roman and his wife, with the wife being the author, and it's dedicated to the husband. And this picture is very common of the way Christianity would enter households in the Roman world, in senior households, the elite households. The woman would be converted first, and she would convert others within the household, and the senior men would be the last ones to get to convert. And the reason for that is that they had religious duties. They had to do sacrifices, etc. And so that Christianity would stop them doing those. And so it's basically impossible for them to convert. And so I think we have this picture with Theophilus and his wife, that we're looking at a senior Roman, and we're looking at Theophilus and the author of Luke, we're looking at a senior Roman and a woman. So can we confirm that? Can we say, is the Gospel of Luke written by a woman? And I think there's lots of signs that it is. So we'll have a look at some of those. The first is nativity. We have two nativity accounts. One is Matthew's and one is Luke's, and they're very different. A lot of the events are different, but just the general way they approach it is different. You might call Matthew's nativity account as Joseph's wife has a baby, because it sees everything from the perspective of Joseph. So Joseph is betrothed to Mary. He finds out that Mary is pregnant. He wants to put her aside. He then has a visit in a dream from an angel who tells him, no, go ahead and marry her, because she's pregnant through the Holy Spirit. So Joseph marries Mary. They have the baby. You have the story of the Magi, the wise men, and Herod trying to kill all the infants. And Joseph is warned in another dream to take the baby and his mother down to Egypt. And in Egypt, Joseph gets another dream from an angel and told to bring them back again. So the whole story is written from like Joseph's perspective, what he feels on the matter, what he does, what action he takes. Now let's turn to the Luke nativity. It's actually completely opposite. This time the angel doesn't come to Joseph, the angel comes to Mary, and the angel comes in sort of physical form. And this is another thing about the Gospel of Luke. The Gospel of Luke loves miracles. It loves making like explicit physical miracles. So the angel comes to Mary before she's pregnant and tells her she's going to become pregnant. The Holy Spirit then overshadows her and she becomes pregnant. So what does she do? She goes and visits another woman, a relative, Elizabeth, who is pregnant with John the Baptist. So we now, for the first time, I think it's the only time in the New Testament, we have two women actually talking to each other without a man present. So they're discussing their pregnancy and they're discussing, it's a beautiful passage sort of celebrating motherhood. They're both going to become mothers for the first time. Then they have the census. They go to Bethlehem. Mary goes with Joseph to Bethlehem, and they have the baby. And all these episodes, we see it through Mary's eyes. Basically, we hear what she feels about it, and we see what she does. And Joseph is hardly mentioned at all. So I've actually quantified that. In Matthew Nativity, Mary is mentioned 4 times, and Joseph is mentioned 7 times. But when we go to Luke, Mary is mentioned 13 times and Joseph does 3. Luke doesn't even bother to tell us what Joseph felt about his wife being pregnant. So she doesn't sort of completely ignores Joseph. So we find a completely different perspective. One is written very much from the female perspective. One is written very much from a male perspective. And there's this passage, particularly in Luke, when Mary is with Elizabeth. Elizabeth's pregnant with John the Baptist, and John the Baptist, when Mary and Jesus come in, gives a leap of joy in the womb. So we got this kick in the womb, giving the leap of joy of John the Baptist. And that is a passage which I can't imagine a man ever writing. I think the person who wrote that is a woman, and I think she was a mother. So I think we're beginning to get a feel for who wrote Luke and Acts. It's not just that. Throughout the gospel, we find these examples of women being mentioned more often than they are in other texts. There's more female prophets. There are actually 8 female prophets mentioned in Luke and Acts in 5 different episodes. And it's only Luke which goes out of its way of specifying that women can be prophets. Your sons and daughters will prophesy, is a prediction it makes. And women are named. We have lots of couples, like we have Aeneas and Sapphira, who sell a field and don't give the proceeds to the common fund as they should. And the climax, so they both fall dead, but the climax comes when it's actually the woman who is confronted. We have a nice story of Peter knocking on the door of a woman called Mary in Jerusalem. And the maid comes and everyone gets confused as to whether he's really alive or dead. But we know that the Mary's servant is actually called Rhoda, and that's a sort of detail that wouldn't come from the other Gospels. We have a lot of examples. We have Tabitha Dorcas, who makes clothes and who dies and gets resurrected. And then we have the much more sort of senior women, Drusilla and Berenice, sisters of King Agrippa. We have Lydia, very interesting case, because she's a businesswoman who deals in purple, and she converts the whole household. And Lydia, no man is mentioned. She's just an independent woman who seems to live running her own household and her own business. And we even have a female philosopher from Athens who's mentioned briefly called Damaris. So there's lots of specific women are actually named in Luke and Acts. The other thing is also the author of Luke mentions a lot about aristocratic women. So the Mary in Jerusalem, we learn that her house had an inner courtyard, and that means it's got like a door, an inner courtyard and an inner door, and that means it's a rich person's house. Now we know that in reality the Jesus movement were dirt poor, but she represents this woman as being quite wealthy. We have other often falls into Acts often sort of refers to women of sort of aristocratic women and puts them first. So we have references like when the Jews are stirring up trouble against Paul, it talks about the worshipping women of prominence and the principles of the city, and the worshipping women are mentioned first. Another expression, talking about people being converted, a large number of God-fearing Greeks and quite a few leading women. And another expression, many believed, quite a few prominent Greek women and men also. And we find that the women are often mentioned first in Acts, which is quite unusual. And we have my favorite, which is the story of Mary and Martha, where Mary is at the feet of Jesus, and Martha is doing the housework and preparing the meal. And I think this is something which probably most men wouldn't even think of mentioning, really. They wouldn't remember it. But Martha is basically jealous of Mary, and she comes into Jesus and says, "Why won't Mary come and help me?" And Jesus says, "Oh, Mary has the best part." And I think this is a nice picture of two women's, concerns women's work, and it also concerns the relationship between two sisters. And I don't think this is a story that a man would include. And talking about the we passages again, when Acts refers to we, what we find is there is a remarkable concentration of these female interest episodes in those we passages. So the ones online aren't that big. It's about 38 lines, and there's actually 5 different female interest episodes in those we passages. My own theory about the we passages is they represent the first literary work by the person who wrote Luke and Acts. And it was basically a bit like a fan fiction around the travels of Paul. And that work was then later, after that, they wrote that work, they wrote Luke. And then later on, they expanded that work into the Acts of the Apostles. So those are some of the reasons why I think a woman wrote Luke and Acts. So the question is, what woman? So I've looked through the records to try and find if there's any obvious couples who would fit this description. And there is one candidate who stands out, and she's very prominent. The candidate is Flavia Domitilla, and she was one of the most important, member of the imperial family and one of the most important Romans of the time, which was a bit of a disadvantage because you would not necessarily expect the author of Luke was anyone particularly special. But given the amount of evidence behind it, I decided that I would accept this. So who was Flavia Domitilla? She was the granddaughter of the Emperor Vespasian, and she was the niece of the Emperor Titus and Domitian. So she was born into the imperial, well, she wasn't born into the imperial family. Vespasian became emperor when she was a girl. Vespasian became emperor in the year of the 4 emperors in 69. He ruled for about 10 years. His son Titus then took over. He only had a short reign of 2 years. And then after that, we have Domitian, who is the other son of Vespasian, who ruled from 81 to 96. But as well as those 2 sons, Vespasian had a daughter who was also called Flavia Domitilla. And she was the mother of our Flavia Domitilla. Her mother died when she was young, and I suspect that Flavia Domitilla was then adopted into Vespasian's family. Her husband was called was Clemens, and was the grandson of Vespasian's brother. So at the beginning of 95, Flavia Domitilla was in an incredible, powerful position. And the reason was that basically there were no other, she was the only real survivor of that generation. So she and her children, the Domitian hadn't got any children, and she and her children were the only surviving Flavians. So her 2 children were adopted by the emperor, by Domitian, as his successors, and he renamed them Domitian and Vespasian. So she was very powerful. Beginning of 95, she was very powerful, but then the downfall came in that year, and it was shocking when it came. First of all, her husband, Clemens, was executed by Domitian. And she was exiled to an island, and we don't hear any more about her sons. So what was the cause of the downfall? The contemporary sources are silent, but Cassius Dio, writing later, tells us that they had fallen into Jewish ways, which implies they were Christians. And the charge was atheism, which also supports the idea that they were Christians. That, like everything else, has been challenged by reversionist sort of historians who argue that she was actually a Jewish sympathizer. I go through this in the book, and I go through the evidence that they were really Christians. The other main source is Eusebius, writing in History of the Church, and he says explicitly that Flavia Domitilla was a Christian. He makes her the niece of Clemens rather than the wife, but that's easily sort of explicable. Domitilla today is best known probably for the catacombs of Domitilla in Rome, which was built on land she actually donated and was reserved for her freedmen and freedwomen. The catacombs themselves date from about 100 years after her time, but I believe that the site was a sacred Christian site because she donated the land, and her freedmen and women would be buried there, and she would have converted lots of those in her house church. And there was also, we know of, an early cult of Domitilla, and she became a Christian saint. So we have the idea that Theophilus is Clemens, and the author of Luke is Domitilla. And there's some sort of data that supports this. Domitilla would have been in Rome certainly from the 70s onwards, and there were some other very interesting people in Rome at that time. One was Josephus, the Roman historian, who's our major source. The Herod family were well represented because King Agrippa was in Rome, along with Berenice, his sister, and Drusilla, his other sister. And Berenice was the mistress of Titus, who was Flavia Domitilla's uncle. So she would have been very familiar with all these people in Rome. They're the same class as her. These are people she would socialize with. And what's fascinating is these people do appear in Acts. Another person there was Drusilla's husband, Felix. So Felix and Drusilla appear in Acts. And Felix is described as someone educated in the way. Implying that he is a Christian, or not Christian, but at least he was educated as a Christian. And Paul at this time is Felix's prisoner. Felix loves to talk to Paul. It says that he wants riches from Paul, and I don't see what Paul could give him in terms of real material riches. So I think this is used in the sense that the riches is the kingdom of heaven. But ultimately, Felix leaves, Paul is still in prison. So I think this pair has been offered to Theophilus as a warning, because Theophilus is in the same position as Felix, someone who's on the edge of the movement, but who haven't yet converted. And another interesting episode is when Paul's put on trial, Festus conducts the first trial. Then he appears in a second trial, which seems completely unnecessary, and he appears before King Agrippa and Berenice, two people Flavia Domitilla would have known very well, and they conclude that Paul is innocent and would have been freed had he not already appealed to the emperor. And I think this is typical, that the author of Luke tries to sort of forgive the Herods and also at the same time tries to excuse the Romans as well. And a lot of the times Luke in Acts constantly blames the Jews for things because they're trying to take the blame away from the Romans. So far, all of that is circumstantial evidence, but I think it builds the case that we're dealing that Flavia Domitilla could have written Luke and Acts. So can we go beyond the circumstantial to more sort of serious evidence that they actually did? So I think we need to go down to the catacombs now. The Domitilla catacombs were excavated in the 19th century, and at the heart of the catacombs there's a church. The church was dedicated to two male martyrs, Neurosis and Achilles, and there's also a female saint attached to it as well. This is Petronella. So we meet for the first time the mysterious Saint Petronella. Petronella's got a fascinating history. I can't go through it here, but there's a lot of evidence that seems inconsistent around Petronella, and I think there's things that have confused it. But she was seen as being St. Peter's daughter. There's a sarcophagus which was actually believed at one time to have been produced by St. Peter. And Petronella had a fascinating after history because she became basically the patron saint of France. She was adopted by the French kings. She also had her own chapel in St. Peter's in Rome. And this sarcophagus, which was the most precious and supposed at one time to have been actually produced by Peter, and seems to be a fantastic artifact that goes back to Peter, actually ended up being smashed up to pieces and used under the pavement of the new St. Peter's when it was rebuilt. But I won't go into all that story. What I want to do is to look at a fresco that is actually in the catacombs of Domitilla, and it's the fresco which gives us the early evidence of Petronella. So I don't know, can I get
Yeah.
Can I share?
Yes, it's set for multiple sharing. Should work. There we go.
Does that work? Can you actually see the screen?
We can see that, yeah.
So, oops. So this is the fresco, and it's in the catacombs of Domitilla, close to the church, and it's the grave of this lady here, who is called Veneranda, and she's got her arms in the Orans pose, a very common prayer pose. You notice the book there, which has got two sides. This down here is called a caspa. It's just, these are scrolls. It's a caspa is a scroll case, and so these are scrolls. This side is obviously missing, but this is a sort of bush that represents paradise. So this lady who's just been deceased is being led by the other figure to paradise. Putting things like scrolls on Roman frescoes was very common on the funerary monuments, but this one has some unusual features which we'll explain. And we'll just look at two other frescoes. This is another example which you can see is in some ways very similar. This is from Naples, and again it's a lady in an Orans pose, and again we got the gospel. We can now see what the books are. They're the Gospels. It's got Mark, John, Luke, and Matthew in this case. And I have got another one. And this is another example again from Naples. And again, you've got the Gospels. Interesting in this case, the Gospel of Luke isn't actually named. It may be that it's all rubbed off over time, but for some reason it's not got a name. So let's go back. So the main thing is that there'll be another symmetrical gospel on this side, which has been lost. And if you look, you can see these are numbered. That's got 3 and that's got 4. So the gospels are being numbered. So there'll be 1 and 2 on this side. The order we use now was coming into practice at this time. So it would be Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So the mystery, the main interest is this other figure here. And it tells us who she is, Petronella, and it tells us she was a martyr. And she's dressed in some old-fashioned clothes. The date of this fresco has been dated from another grave at 356. It's around 356. And you'll notice the unusual hairstyle. It's quite built up. Could be an attempt by an artist to depict the Flavian hairstyle. The Flavians had this enormous beehive structure on their head. It could possibly be that. She's also got this a pallium, which is used, worn, it's worn by bishops from about this date, but it goes back to imperial dress. So she's dressed basically as an empress at this date. And she seems to be associated with the scrolls because it's her hand which is pointing to the scrolls. So the scrolls, I think, belong to this figure rather than the central figure. This lady, Veroneda, is associated instead with the Gospels. She's probably someone who taught the Gospels, who was some sort of expert on the Gospels. And what's interesting about this picture is this ribbon. You see how it flows. Starts out in this Gospel here, which is 3, which is the Gospel of Luke, and it flows down and it just touches the Casper. So what is this telling us? So I think it's telling us that the content of that gospel and the content of the Casper are the same. So the reason we've got this is anachronistic because we start off with scrolls and then they get replaced by codices later on. Christians use a lot of codices, and over time they replaced all the earlier scrolls. So I think these come from 2 different eras. The Gospels from the era of Irenander, and the scrolls go back to Petronella. So I think this is telling us they're the same, and that Petronella actually wrote the Gospel of Luke. So if this woman is an expert on the Gospels, what could be more appropriate than her to be escorted to heaven by someone who actually wrote them? Okay, so I've just been telling you the Gospel of Luke was written by Domitilla. Now I'm telling you it's written by Petronella. And I think the solution of this is that we're talking about the same person. Thing about Petronella and Domitilla is they're both associated, they're both found in the same contexts, they're both associated with the same people, they're both associated with these 2 male saints, Nereus and Achilles. And there's a document called the Acts of Nereus and Achilles that says that the 2 male saints were attendants on Flavia Domitilla. They're represented in the church as Roman soldiers, but that was much later. It was done by Pope Damascus, who probably didn't have any real feel for what the saints actually were. And if you look at the names, Achilles, these Greek names would be given to Roman slaves. And Achilles would be a particular type of slave, he'd be a gladiator. So I think what it's saying is that Nereus and Achilles were 2 gladiators who were part of Domitilla's household. Former gladiators, probably freedmen. So why would she have gladiators? She would have gladiators for security. She's a member of the imperial family. She's been assigned gladiators to protect her. And they're part of her house church. They've converted to Christianity. They've been caught up in the persecution of 95. There's no way Domitian would want to leave a couple of gladiators alive if he's attacking the household. So they've been caught up, they've been martyred, they've been buried on the graveyard that Domitilla has established. They would have surface graves, but when the catacombs were built, I think they were taken down from the surface and given new graves in the catacombs that then developed first into a sanctuary and then into a church, the church dating around 380. So this is that's one aspect, is that fresco. The other set of that can't by itself prove the case still, because it's actually dating from 350 odd. It's still quite late. So the other thing is Josephus. We know Josephus was present in Rome at the same time as Flavia Domitilla. And he's been there all the time. She would have known him from the time she was a girl, from about the age of 10, throughout her entire life. Josephus is the Flavians' pet expert on all things Jewish. He's a historian. We know that Flavia Domitilla was very interested in Jewish matters. was either Christian, or at the very least she was a God, some sort of God-fearer. So it's inevitable that they knew each other and probably spent a fair amount of time with each other. Now, Josephus has obviously left very extensive writings, and that gives us the hope that he can actually act as a eyewitness. And among Josephus's writings, most interesting perhaps is the Testimonium, when he actually gives an account of Jesus, and it's the best external account of Jesus's existence. It appears in the Antiquities of the Jews, which was published in 93-94. This is the same time as Domitilla would have been active, and if she wrote Luke and Acts, it's the same time as she would have been writing them in the early 90s. So now Josephus's account of Jesus has always had a problem, in that we know Josephus was not a Christian. He would have objected to Christianity, and yet the account is remarkably positive about Jesus and calls him the Christ. So scholars have always had this theory that Josephus wrote something critical, and it was then later modified by Christians later on. But someone called Goldberg did a study and found a very close match between the Testimonium and the passage in the Gospel of Luke. That was in the Emmaus narrative, when two people are walking on the road and they're discussing Jesus, and a stranger comes along and walks with them. They go in to have a meal. Just as the stranger is breaking bread, they see he's Jesus and he disappears. So it's a very striking story, but the similarity is the much less memorable conversation on the road that they're having. And so and Goldberg found there's a large number of points that agreed between the two narratives, between this in the Gospel of Luke and what was in Josephus. So that seems to me to blow out the idea that Josephus wrote something and then another Christian came along and revised it, because you wouldn't find this close similarity. Instead, there seems to be some link between Josephus and the author of Luke. We know that Luke uses Josephus a lot, certainly the Jewish War, which was published earlier, and I think beyond any doubt, the author of Luke was also aware of the Antiquities of the Jews, but didn't seem to have a copy of that, because the stories are always a bit wrong. It's not like they've actually copied it from a written version. So the question is, how else could this have occurred? Now, I'm suggesting it occurred because the same person wrote both passages. But the person who wrote the Gospel of Luke also wrote the Testimonium within Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews. And it was common, the way Roman writers worked was, once they'd almost finalized their work, they would hold readings. And the purpose of the readings was sort of to proof edit it, to get contributions, and also as a marketing exercise. So the author, so Josephus is going to want to have the best audience to his reading as he can. And Flavia Domitilla was realistically the highest he could hope for. And if she was interested in Jewish matters, she would have come to some of these readings. So if she wrote Luke and Acts, we have the extraordinary situation where the author of Luke and Acts is actually sitting in the room as Josephus is going through Antiquities of the Jews. And he's going through Pontius Pilate, and he talks through Pontius Pilate, and he doesn't mention Jesus. So what is the author of Luke and Acts going to do? She's going to protest. She's going to offer corrections. And we know people did this in Romans. They would offer corrections, even write things out and give them to the author to help the author put things in the book. But if you got a correction from Flavia Domitilla, you could not say no. So Josephus would have been horrified, but he would have had to include it within the Antiquities of the Jews. So do we know this happened? Well, what is fascinating is that's not the only odd piece in Josephus's section on Pontius Pilate, because immediately after that, there are two very strange stories. He's writing about Pontius Pilate in Judea, and all of a sudden, the narrative switches to Rome. He talks about two women. The first one is called Paulina, the feminine of Paul. She's a wealthy Roman woman, a senior aristocrat, and she's very virtuous. And there's a guy called get his name. Decius Mundus. So they've got Decius Mundus. Decius Mundus is in love with Paulina. He's so in love that he's willing to pay a vast amount of money just to go to bed with her for one night. But Paulina is virtuous and says, no, no way, I'm not going to bed with you. And so he thinks of committing suicide. But he's got a freedwoman called Ida. And Ida says, I can fix it for you if you just give me some money. So she goes along to the temple of Isis and she talks to the priests and she says she wants to arrange it so that Theseus can spend a night with Paulina. So the priest of Isis goes along to Paulina's house. He sees her and he says, the god Anubis has given us a message that he wants you in his temple overnight. He wants to visit you overnight. And so she's delighted with this and she tells her husband and her husband agrees she can go. So she goes and spends the night in the temple. And Romans would do this sort of thing all the time. They'd expect to sleep in a temple and have a dream or something. But in this case, Decius Mundus comes out disguised as Anubis and he visits her and they have sex all night long. And then in the morning, Paulina goes home and she tells all her friends about it, she tells her husband and all her friends about it, about her experience. And she's very pleased. But on the third day, she meets Decius Mundus and he tells her the truth, that it was him, and she's horrified. So she goes to her husband, who's called Saturninus, and her husband goes to the emperor and tells him. The emperor has everyone crucified. He has the priests crucified, Ida crucified. Decius Mundus gets off with exile because he has passion as his excuse. And so they think that's a lesser crime. And then what happens is even more extraordinary, which I don't think would ever really have happened. They say the temple of Isis was razed to the ground and the statue of Isis was dumped in the river. The Romans are very superstitious. I can't believe this would ever have happened. So this story has got all sorts of connections with Christianity. Decius Mundus could actually be God of the world. Anubis is a sort of dog-headed Egyptian god of the underworld. So the god of the world is turning into the god of the underworld for 3 days. And then on the third day, he's resurrected again as Decius Mundus. As well as mocking the sort of resurrection story, it also seems to be mocking the virgin birth story. And it's the virgin birth story as it appears in Luke. If you put the two stories together, you can begin to see the correspondence. So in Luke, an angel comes to Mary and tells her she's going to be visited by the Holy Spirit. In this story, the priest comes to Paulina and tells her that she's going to be visited by the god. So there's these similarities. It seems to be mocking the virgin birth story that only exists in the Gospel of Luke. It's not just one story, because there's then another second story, and again it concerns a senior Roman woman. This time she's called Fulvia. She's a Jewish God-fearer. She's a Roman, but she's a God-fearer, so she's a sympathetic Roman to the Jews. But there is a certain Jew who's a scoundrel, who has disobeyed the laws in his own country, and who's now putting himself out as an expert on the law of Moses. Now, I think this description is actually Paul. It sounds just like Paul, seen through a conventional Jewish lens. And there's 3 other scoundrels as well with him, and they all persuade this woman to send lots of expensive goods to the temple in Jerusalem, but instead they sell them and they keep the proceeds. And again, this seems to me a bit like the collection that Paul talks about in his letters. So the whole thing seems to be an elaborate sort of mocking both the Flavians and the Christians, because there's also a Flavian aspect. This temple of Isis, when Vespasian and Titus were engaged in the Jewish war before Vespasian became an emperor, Titus is the one who actually destroyed the temple. And when Vespasian and Titus came back to Rome, they had a joint triumph. And in that triumph, they celebrated the destruction of the temple, and all the temple treasures were carried through the streets of Rome. And we know Josephus watched it. Can you imagine what he felt like as a Jewish priest? But the night before that triumph, the two, Vespasian and Titus, stayed in this very same temple, the temple of Isis. So in the story, the temple of Isis actually gets destroyed. So I think this is Joseph's literary revenge on the destruction of the temple, and the statue of the goddess gets dumped in the river. Now Vespasian had his own favorite god, who was Seraphis, and the temple of Isis was actually the temple of Isis and Seraphis. So Vespasian's own god was worshipped in this temple, which in the story is destroyed, and the statue of the god dumped into the river. There's other links as well, because the husband of this woman is called the same name in both stories, which is very strange. Why would an author have two stories with a character the same name in both, without making it clear if it's the same person? It can't be the same person because they're married to two different women. The husband is called Saturninus after Saturn, and he should be. If this is a mockery of Flavia Domitilla, then he is Clemens, who is the same as Theophilus. Now, Theophilus means God lover. Saturninus means a follower of Saturn. The Romans had this theory about the Jews. They believed they worshipped Saturn, that the Jewish god was Saturn, and they believed they came from the mountain of Ida on Crete. And so the woman that Decius Mundus employs to arrange all this is called Ida. So we keep finding these similarities between the two. So I think Josephus is mocking the Roman conception of the Jews by saying that Theophilus isn't really a God lover. Instead, he sort of appropriated Judaism from the Jews. So he's using the Romans' own view of the Jews to mock him. I think any account of the testimonium has got to account for how these two stories actually came to be there. But most interesting of all is the main target of the story, which is the woman. In the first story, she's called Paulina. In the second, she's called Fulvia. So you can make a Roman name out of that, Fulvia Paulina. Fulvia Paulina, I think, is Flavia Domitilla, but in the form of Flavia Petronella. Why? Because Flavia is about as close as you can get to Fulvia. If you take two Roman families, they're about the closest you can get. And Paulina, the feminine of Paul, compared to Petronella, the feminine of Peter. Okay, I've missed something out there, and that is the reasoning behind Petronella. Why would Flavia Domitilla take the name Petronella? Romans took lots of names, but they would often take the name of someone, of an ancestor. And there's two Romans we know who are called Petro, which is the Latin version of Petros, the rock. Petro is a very unusual name. And one of those was the great-great-grandfather of Flavia Domitilla. He was actually the patriarch of the Flavians, and he was famous because there's a story that he was actually descended from a contract labourer. He was Vespasian's grandfather, so he was a well-known character, and I think this is why Domitilla became very pro-Peter, was that her own ancestor had bore the same name, and she saw that as a sort of miraculous sign that she should become a Christian, and so she took Peter's name, and hence we find in Acts it's all the story of Peter and then Paul, and I think it also impacts Mary Magdalene because she advances Peter. She's not against Mary Magdalene, but in things like the resurrection appearances, she wants to advance Peter rather than Mary Magdalene. Okay, that's an overview. There's more in the book, but that is an overview. Should I stop sharing this screen as I? Is it still sharing? Oh,
And we can still see it. There we are.
There we are.
So, well, we feel like we've suddenly come to an end, but there's more to come, I'm sure. But it's a good time to stop. You've given us a lot of food for thought. And I'm sure we'll have questions for you because it's fascinating stuff. Thank you very much, Stephen. I'm going to have to go back and reread the book again after what you said. And it's fascinating. Okay, let's have some questions to both Nina and Stephen. Anyone want to go first? Put your electronic hand up if you want. Yes. Well, look, I'll go first then, whilst you're thinking. So a question to Nina. I mean, I found your talk very convincing and very interesting, and thank you for all the research you've done. I mean, it's amazing, the detail. But I'm just thinking of my daughter's husband, who's a vicar in the Church of England, who was here staying, with me a week ago after they'd been to Vesely. And of course, a lot of theology, my daughter's about to train as a vicar at the University of Oxford. She's going to do the BA in theology, which is how you get to be a vicar, right? You have to do that. She's going to learn Greek and Hebrew and study the Gospels. And a lot of it is about reading Paul. Now, how can I gently tell her to read your book and say, look, whilst you can enjoy the letters of Paul, and they're beautifully written, and there's some passages in there that are fascinating, you do realize none of them are genuine. So what should I tell her? Am I supposed to tell her that they were written 100 years after Paul's death by students practicing in the mode of Paul? But are you going to, can I tell her that, no, there was a chap actually called Paul who sort of did stuff. He's genuine, it's just the letters aren't. What's your actual bottom line, Nina? Is it all the letters are fake and there was no Paul, or they're all fake? Or there was a Paul, it's just the letters are fake? I didn't quite understand what I'm supposed to tell Shanti Grace, my daughter, who's thinking of being a Anglican vicar. She finds it hard enough to take on board my interest in Mary Magdalene and Gnosticism and esoteric stuff. If I've now got to tell her, yeah, Paul's all fake, how can I sugarcoat it? What's your bottom line on this?
Well, your question's interesting. I see at least two questions. I also went to seminary. I have a master's in theological studies, and often that's how we get New Testament scholars will get into the field through the look of theology or a theological school. But if you go to a modern theological school or open, you might say, theological school, you find out right away, day one today, in any of these schools in America anyway, except for some of them, that we don't consider the Gospels necessarily to be historical writings. We see, there's a different Jesus in all four Gospels. So already on day one, your daughter may be told, through that lens. So there was always this distinction between what the seminarians knew, and then maybe the preacher would preach to the congregation. The seminarian knew that probably didn't happen that way. But in the preaching, they recreate the story as though, and they bring it alive, right? That's part of the faith. That's spirituality. Bring those stories alive. But the seminarian would know those aren't, historical narratives. Okay, at least that's how I was trained.
Right.
At the same time, however, I was trained, and still today, those 7 letters, there was a real Paul, and he wrote those 7 letters. So, to answer your question, I guess I could come back with saying my argument about the Pauline letters is essentially no different from what that seminarian is going to learn about the Gospels and about the book of Acts in many of the seminaries today. So then your second question, and here's where I go on a limb, and I don't have any historical evidence at all about historical Paul. Nobody really does. But then I wonder, well, what if we say there's a historical Paul, what did he do? If he didn't write the letters, and the Paul of Acts is a fictitious narrative, which we've known for a long time, where do we get Paul? In my head, I couldn't reconcile the historic, where do you date him? Who is he? The name is unusual. We don't even have any Paul cognomens. So I would say, to create conceptual reasonableness, because we're human beings and I want things to make sense, I would say that Paul is a biblical character. That's what I've ended up saying. Paul is a biblical character. He's an apostle. He's made into an apostle. I mean, what do we do then with these 12 apostles? Are they historical people? I don't know that, and it seems very coincidental that you've got 12 male apostles, we've got 12 tribes of Israel, we can question these things as being literary. I see it more as literary. And
Right.
I guess in this group, that's probably an unpopular thing to say. But does it have to be historical? I mean, is the faith have to be based on? I mean, I'm turning that back to you. Does it have to be? Is it all going to fall apart then? If we say there, that person isn't historical. I mean, it's the religions are imaginative, right? They make you think. This Exodus narrative. Yes, God liberated the people, and there's hope, but does it have to be grounded in, actual event? I don't, that's,
Those are great questions. Can I just repeat one of the things you just said and throw it at Stephen? Because what you were just saying is that Acts is a fictitious narrative. So he's saying, that it was written by Flavia Domitilla, and he's given us some pretty good reasoning behind that. So how do you feel, Stephen, to hear that? Are you comfortable with the idea that, okay, Flavia may have written it as fiction? She created this picture of Paul, but why would she have done that? And how does that sit with you, Stephen? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. First of all, I totally agree that a lot of Acts is fiction. I mean, it's obviously fiction. You can tell. Flavia Domitilla was an imaginative person, if I'm correct, that she wrote it. And like I even think she put her friends in the narrative. She did put people she knew in it. She did this sort of trick. So it's very unreliable history. But I can't believe she's made up Paul. I believe she had letters of Paul already. And there is obviously the question of the extent to which the author of Acts knows of the letters of Paul. I guess Nina would turn that round and say that the person who wrote the letters knew of Acts, and so it sort of made them consistent. I must admit, I do find it hard to believe that Paul didn't exist, because the genuine letters are just messy. They talk about a lot of conflict. And when you read letters that literary people write, they always tend to be a bit more structured and a bit more logical, and a bit more keen on making certain sort of consistent points. I also can't think of anyone who ever doubted that Paul existed. I mean, you'd think that if Paul didn't exist, there'd be some Christian somewhere, some Gnostic sect or something, saying that Paul didn't exist. As far as I know, I can't think of anyone who said that Paul didn't exist.
Well, those are good questions. Okay, do you want to come in at this point?
Yeah, I've never really liked Paul's writing. I've had a complaint about just his opinions in general, and his opinions of women in particular. And there's also something with that. The Luke's gospel is so beautifully written in so many ways, and honors women, like Stephen talked about. Paul's seem to be taking the whole Christian early structure, or the teachings of Jesus and Mary Magdalene, and turning it more towards the belief that belongs to the Catholic Church. It seems to be a sort of a shifty shift going on with him, that he's kind of twisting things a little bit and turning it a little bit. I'm going to throw out a red herring here, that I wonder if Paul, having been Saul, working for the Roman Empire and practically crucifying Christians, and his then turning point, is he turning into a Roman, not necessarily spy, but his job is to metamorphosize, go interior to the Christians, and change and shift and metamorph the Christian belief to be closer to the Roman belief, like in the what's the god for the soldiers, Mithras. Be more like the Mithras story. Be more like the suitable for the Romans, because then it becomes a power play, and that is obviously what the Catholic Church became. It became some sort of power structure that was extremely useful, even though the Roman Empire fell, but the Holy Roman Empire emerged. So, and using a lot of the Christian structure to support that power play. So is Paul one of the agents that did that? Because I have a little suspicion that St. Patrick is the same kind of figure, that he was also stolen by the Romans and was a slave for a while and sent back to Ireland to convert people to their side of the story, which is different than the Celtic Church side of the story. So I just feel that we need to expand this a little bit and be willing to take on, or at least, play with it a little bit, other ways of looking at the story.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting, actually. And I was going to bring in Mithras because I wrote a 2-volume Tarot of the Gods a couple of years ago. It's a very detailed scholarly study of the tarot using male deities and archetypes. And each card is a male god. And one of them is Mithras. And as I was writing it and researching it, I did an awful lot of research on Mithras, who had temples all over Gaul, especially in ports like Bordeaux and places, and in London. And I was struck by the overlap between Pauline imagery, which is very much about, the sword, putting on the breastplate, the warrior image, the soldier of light, and the Mithraic stages of initiation. They had to go through the 7 stages to be an initiate in the Mithraic church or cult. And I speculated in my writing that maybe Paul was an initiate of the Mithraic cult. And I discovered that Tarsus was a haven of Mithraic initiation secretly at the time of Paul. It was just beginning. because it came from Turkey, Asia Minor. It was a Persian-based thing, but it transmogrified when it got into Asia Minor and became this sort of underground cult of the Warrior of Light. And there's also another very interesting, striking thing, which is that the highest grade of the Mithraic initiation was called the pater, the father. And guess what you got? You got a ring and a mitre. Like the papal mitre comes from the Mithraic church or cult. And I speculate in that writing I did that Paul was a Mithraic initiate. He was also Jewish, and he was very omnivorous, and he studied esoteric Judaism and all that, but he also did his Mithraic stuff. And then he stumbled across Jesus and decided he was Mithras come to earth. He was the risen Mithras, the son of God, because Mithras is the son of Ahura Mazda, come to earth. And so he was that's how he created his thought world. And that's my speculation. And that later on, the Mithraic cult and Catholicism were fighting, which would become the main religion of the empire. And it was, all holds barred kind of thing, no holds barred. And I think they made a peace treaty. They said, I tell you what, you can have Mithraic kind of thing. We'll call it Catholicism. You keep our mitre and our ring and the pater, the Pope, and we'll be happy with that, said the Mithraic lot. You can have a Mithraic type of Christianity, and we'll make Paul the chief guy, who was one of ours. And, that's how they did the deal secretly behind the scenes. So the Mithraic lot all became good Catholics. Anyway,
what year would that have been? What year would that have been?
Well, at the time of Constantine, around the time of Constantine.
Like 325 type of thing?
Yeah, when it was being decided, what would be the top religion of the empire.
Wow.
That's pure speculation, but it is, I think, a rational kind of speculation. But it would fall apart, that thesis, if there is no Paul. So I think Nina would shoot that one down.
I don't know. I should have looked into that. Mithraic Paul.
Yes, there is, and I'm not the only person to say that. I'll send you some links to that thesis.
Okay.
It's quite interesting, and it does explain a lot about where he's coming from. But any final thoughts? Wenke, you were going to give us a 10-minute talk. Have you got energy?
Okay.
We'd love
yes,
to.
I do. I'll keep it brief because I've seen what I can do. So thank you. Do you want to have some questions to Stephen before we go on?
Feel free, yeah.
Or I'm opening it up to others as well. What did I have?
I'll need to go after the 10 minutes. I've got things I've already signed up for this afternoon.
Sure.
So
look, let's let Wenke do her 10 minutes and then we'll stay on. I've got a couple more questions for Stephen. We can do that when Nina's gone.
Okay.
But let's hear you first, if that's okay.
Well, thanks again for inviting me. I appreciate that. I want to go into one specific thing about Mary Magdalene, where it's being said that 7 sins were taken out of her body, which is a very powerful statement and it's said in the biblical connections many places, because I think it has more to do with that she was the one who understood Jesus's message. And when the disciples asked their master, teach us how to pray, and he gave them the Lord's Prayer, I think they asked him, how do we become more like you? What is the inner process that you go through when you're alone for a while, and we see that you come back and you glow in the dark? What do you do? So Jesus gave them the prayer that is actually a formula, and it's a formula for cleaning up each of your chakras. So you start on the top of your head and you go down the body. You're all familiar with the Lord's Prayer. You all know that. I don't need to go into that. But I have the Aramaic translation translated into English, the Aramaic Lord's Prayer translated into English. And this one is then showing, it's older, it has almost an Egyptian undertone to it. But if we go through it, it also shows how each of the verses here corresponds with the Lord's Prayer the way the church is teaching it. So it starts with the salutation of, meaning then the top of your head. O cosmic birther of all radiance and vibration. So now we know who we're addressing. So in the Lord's Prayer, we're addressing the Father, but here we're definitely addressing the Mother. But it's sort of the universal cosmic mother that we all can relate to. So this is then from the Goddess tradition, but it is translated as the Lord's Prayer. It continues. Soften the ground of our being and carve out a space within us where your presence can abide. So we're asking the Lord, the Goddess, to find a space within us where you can be with us and we know you. The spark of God within me recognizes the spark of God within you. That's the Namaste greeting. And this goes with hallowed be thy name, that we are again addressing how special this is and inviting it to be within us. Now we're going to the seventh on the top. Then it says, fill us with your creativity so that we may be empowered to bear the fruit of your mission. We say that thy kingdom come in the Lord's Prayer. So in other words, come God within us so that we may understand what your mission is, and we can work with that. And the next one says, let each of our actions bear fruit in accordance with our desire. In other words, after we have now defined what God would like to do, we will combine that with our desire, and we pray that each of our actions will bear fruit in accordance to both God's will and our desire, which is pretty powerful stuff. And in the Lord's Prayer, it says, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So in other words, we're committing to doing that work. Now this is all, each of this is for each of the chakras. It's going through the energy centers, refining the intention of our mission, refining how we think and how we see how God works through us. Let's see. And then it says, this is now the fourth chakra. Now we're at the heart. And Lord's Prayer says, give us today our daily bread. But this one says, endow us with the wisdom to produce and share what each being needs to grow and flourish. So now we're asking God to teach us, how do we create a community where we all take care of each other? Which is a little more expansive and larger way of seeing things, and larger way of seeing how can we love everybody. Everybody needs food, everybody needs a place to be. We need to provide that and teach us how to do it. Then this is one of my favorite ones, because now we're getting into the third chakra, the third, where we are. There's always the solar plexus. It's a yellow one. It's the one that we have a harder time with seeing ourselves. So it says, untie, forgive us our trespasses, and as we forgive all the trespass against us. That's the regular one. But here it says, untie the tangled threads of destiny that bind us as we release others from the entanglement of past mistakes. So this is now giving us even the structure of how we get entangled in other people's business. And it's not saying just to forgive them. It's saying release the entanglement that we might experience. So it's giving us, again, the technique, giving us the technique for how to do it. And then for the second chakra, which in the Lord's Prayer says, lead us not into temptation. Here it gives a much more interesting way of saying it. It says, do not let us be seduced by that which would divert us from our true purpose, but illuminate the opportunities of the present moment. This is the most poetic thing. I just love it. Do not let us be seduced by that which would divert us from our true purpose, but illuminate the opportunities of the present moment. So it's turning it to being this, let us see what's available to us and what we're supposed to do. Another complaint I have with the Catholic Church is it ends the prayer with, but deliver us from evil. And then the priest is supposed to say a bunch of things, and then he might get back to, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever, amen. Or not. So in other words, the people are left with that the last word is evil, which I find very suspicious. These are all these intricate ways that the Catholic Church has been infiltrating people and get them on the wrong path. Anyway, for this one ends, for you are the ground and the fruitful vision. So that's again then the first chakra at the bottom of our body. The birth, power, and fulfillment as all is gathered and made whole once again. So this, you can look up the Lord's Prayer in Aramaic, you'll find it online. But my point here is that this was what Jesus was teaching. And everything that Jesus and Mary Magdalene were teaching had to do with self-empowerment. It didn't have that much to do with worshiping a God somewhere else and asking for forgiveness all day long. It has to do with how do we take responsibility for our entire body, for every chakra that we know about, that's in there, and refine the intention that lives in that particular power center. And do that, we can say this every day, and refine each of them for every day that goes, make the color beautiful, make ourselves more beautiful, and live a more purified life. And once you've done all that, you have let 7 demons leave, because there is no space. Yeah, really, there is no space for these 7 demons to live in your body anymore, because the intention behind that empowers these places in your body had now been refined and aligned with God's mission. There is no demon or devilish thing can exist inside your body anymore. So this was then the formula that Jesus taught us. And the formula was how to refine ourselves from the inside, because enlightenment is an inside job. Enlightenment is, and it's not just to refine our thinking, it's to refine physically the centers of our body, bring light into every cell of our body. That is enlightenment. So it's a much more physical job than an intellectual job. And that is what I believe that Jesus and Mary Magdalene were teaching us. So,
well, thank you. That was
10 minutes.
Thank you so much. My daughter would have loved that, because she loved the chakras, and she would have loved that. I'm not sure if when you're in heaven you can tune in to Zoom, but if she could, she would.
Say goodbye. That was really lovely. And
thank you, Nina.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
And Stephen, I'm sorry if I very much differed. My view is more different and it's more unique. But I enjoyed your talk as well.
I thought your talk was very challenging in terms of how do we know that, what evidence are our knowledge based?
Right.
It's always good to go back to skepticism, to to guide us in faith. If we don't have reason and faith together, then the faith is worthless, and the reason isn't doing its job either. So, yeah, thank you all.
Thank you.
I'm just going to finish with this little moment of silence for my daughter, Sophia, because she would have loved this talk and everyone's contributions. And this is her singing bowl that she bequeathed me, which I brought from Sussex. So let me just finish officially. If you want to hang on and chat, that's fine, but we'll finish the session with just 3 little gongs here. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Blessings. Right. Well, there we are. That was fascinating. And thanks for your contributions, both of you, and Stephen particularly. I think people should read your book and study with it. Do you how long since you came to the Flavia Domitilla hypothesis? Was it in the last 3 or 4 years, or when did you come to that?
No, it was actually a long time ago. It was probably about 10 years or so. I was writing as part of it. I wrote this book and it just got bigger and bigger. So eventually I was cutting bits off and actually dealing with them as separate books. And so I come to this idea. It's a basic idea. And I thought, well, it might make possibly a very short book of like 20,000 words or something. And so I began to work on it as a book. And I found a lot of the evidence as I was working on it, which is always something that encourages me when you start off with a thesis.
Yeah.
And you do your work,
you
find a lot more.
You'll be guided to it. Yeah, you'll be guided to the information as you go.
That's right. Yes, I always find that very important.
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't know anything about the fresco pictures when, or even those other two stories after the account of Jesus and Josephus.
Yeah, that was so. What I heard you say is that there are 2 stories in Josephus.
Yeah.
That kind of are in his Antiquities of the Jews.
Yeah.
And they're proximate to the interpolation about Jesus, the testimonium you talked about. Are
They come
in the
directly afterwards.
Okay.
I'm
gonna have
dear fellows, I really enjoy being with you, but I'm leaving for California tomorrow, and I need to.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in a
we're
radio interview there. So I need to leave, but it's been lovely, and thank you for inviting me, and I'll be very happy to come back another time.
Okay.
If I have traveling plans, I'd love to stop by.
Okay, ciao.
Right. Ciao.
Bye. Yeah, so we'll just finish that brief chat. So they're in Josephus, and are you saying that he put them in deliberately to kind of mock Flavia Domitilla, Christianity?
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm saying that Flavia Domitilla obliged him to put the account of Jesus in, and
So
he
in
got
revenge
by putting these other 2 stories in. And I think there's sort of evidence that originally the Pontius Pilate section had none of this. It was all about the Samaritans, actually, the second part. And it was a Samaritan disturbance which got
which Pontius sent a force up to go and quell, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's all about the Samaritans, and then he modified that to put these extra 2 stories in. Other people have looked at these and thought, oh, they're very suspicious, but
you're the first guy who's pointed to the anti-Christian mocking.
Yeah, no, not at all. No, I think other people have said they're anti-Christian. There's even ancient writers were repeating some of these stories and modifying them to make it clear that they were anti-Christian. So the idea that this was actually some sort of satire on Christianity was actually present in the ancient world as well.
Among Christians?
Been ignored. I mean, I don't know why so many scholars have ignored them. You'd think they're highly relevant that these 2 odd stories immediately follow account of Jesus.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to go back and look at them, but Josephus is a complex chap. I've just read an extraordinary book, which we can't get the author to speak. It's called Herod the Great, King of the Jews and Friend of the Romans, by Peter Richardson. And it's the best biography of Herod the Great that has ever been written. Very, very detailed. And he goes into, Herod was an extremely complex character, had many unpleasant bits, but he was walking a tightrope trying to be friendly with Rome. Yeah. He knew Mark Antony, he knew Augustus, he met Cleopatra, he knew her. And he was friendly to the pagan Roman religion, but also he rebuilt the Second Temple and he was friendly to the Jewish religion. But he himself was an Arab, an Idumean or Edomite. So he had a complex, multicultural, multi-faith kind of psyche. And that's brought out in this book amazingly. And he uses, obviously, Josephus a lot. But what I learned is Josephus is very unreliable. He was a very bad historian.
Yeah, that's what I covered in the book as well. I mean, it's quite funny reading his account of like the Jewish war, he talks himself up to such a degree, it's incredible.
Yeah,
Like
he's a bombast,
got an
and he
army
makes
of
him.
trained Roman soldiers almost, whereas in reality he's got some mercenaries and peasants and some ragtag group of people.
Yeah,
He just
he's
lies all the time. He lies all the time.
yeah, quite self-grandizer and given to deceit. But so anyway, in a very different world from that of Mary Magdalene and Jesus, who were, I think, what they were arguing for is a society based on integrity and truth, and peace. Which I still subscribe to. This idea. I'm doing a commentary on the Gospels myself. I've just finished Matthew, and I'm about to finish Mark. The kingdom of heaven idea in Matthew. I've gone into it in enormous detail and brought in all this stuff. So, but I think it's fine to combine healthy skepticism and epoche, suspension of judgment, with with faith of some kind. I still believe in human goodness, and that's why things like the Gaza slaughter that's going on, or the wars with Ukraine and Russia, we have to find a formula, I think, that I think Mary Magdalene and Jesus stood for, which is peace with wisdom. I call it the Solomon option instead of the Samson option, which is the Israeli idea that if you're attacked, you blow everything up. Now, I'm saying the Solomon option is we emphasize common universal wisdom.
It escalates, doesn't it? There's always some evil that starts it off, and then the other side responds, and they often respond, making things worse.
Well, yes, I've just written a book which it's the first part's finished, called The Logic of Peace. And I'm exploring in the logic of peace as an alternative to the logic of war, which is, as you say, it's I hit you, you hit me harder, I hit you much harder, you hit me even harder. And then we literally try and destroy each other. That's what Ukraine and Russia and Israel and Palestine are doing.
Yeah.
There's no way out of that. Now we have nuclear weapons. That ends in the ontological destruction of humanity. Therefore, we need a new logic, the logic of peace, which I know our earlier speaker didn't like Hegel, but I'm actually quite a fan of Hegel. I think his idea of a logic of peace is you go for synthesis. You reconcile the opposites. And he talked about the Holy Spirit as how you do that. And so anyway, I'm working on this book, The Logic of Peace, but I wish it could come out sooner, because people are reaching for the sword and the bomb and the drone too much now. But anyway, thank you again, Stephen.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That's very
afternoon,
interesting.
and give my love to Church Stretton. And the
okay.
Yeah. Okay, we'll meet.
Okay.
Ciao. Bye.
Bye. How do I get out of Zoom? I've never used Zoom before, so that's another.
Okay, no, it was great. Thank you.